Hello, everyone, and welcome to ABG's Life Science Summit. My name is Gonzalo Artiach, and I'm a healthcare equity analyst here at ABG Sundal Collier. During the next 2 days, we will have several presentations presenting here, both from the pharma biotech space as well as from the medtech space. And both will be split in 2 tracks, track 1 and track 2, that will run simultaneously. And the first presentation today is Vicore Pharma, a clinical stage biotech working in the space of IPF, idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. And with us, we have here today the CEO of the company, Carl-Johan Dalsgaard. Carl-Johan, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and introduce Vicore Pharma and the recent data updates we've had and shared also last week. So if I please can have the next slide, number 2, which is a forward-looking statement that you have seen likes before. So let's move to slide number 3, please. Now, IPF is idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. It's a deadly disease with a rapid progression, and it's about 3 to 5 years life expectancy after diagnosis. And the licensed medicines today, they slow this progression, but they do that at a price of severe GI intolerability, which means then that many patients, up to 40%, actually opt out of treatment despite it's a deadly disease. So there's a huge medical need in this area that is not fulfilled yet. What we have done is a phase 2 trial where we show that we can not only stabilize the disease, but we can stabilize it above baseline, which means that we stop the progression of the disease and patients actually regain some of their lung function, which is truly unprecedented data. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, a little bit of science, and I won't go through all the details, but it's so important to understand what our drug actually do to put this in the right perspective. And in the normal alveolus, which is then the little air bag where gas exchange is occurring in the lung, there are 2 types of cells, and it's the type 1 cell and the type 2 cell. And the type 2 cell is a cell that is going to replace the other cell when injuries occur. So it's a type 1 cell. That's actually where the gas exchange takes place, but it's constantly being replaced, and that's a type 2 cell that's doing that job. It's called a progenitor cell. Now, if this progenitor cell on section number 2 doesn't really work properly because of cell aging or because of SARS-CoV wild type infection, for instance, it becomes a scar instead of a healing alveoli. And that scarring process continues and build up the scar. This is the trigger point for IPF lung fibrosis development. Now, these dysfunctional cells, they're part of an aging disease, so to speak. But what C21 does is actually stimulating these cells to do their duty to regenerate and repair and heal the alveolar integrity, and therefore also the alveolar function. And this we did see also in the SARS-CoV infection, that we have this regenerative capacity. So that's why the data look what they look, and why we have this dramatic effect on disease. Now, if I can have the next slide. This is then the design of the phase 2A study that we have now reported interim data from. And of course, primary aim is always safety in this early stage, and we have, to make that long story short, really no safety concerns with our drug. We don't have any GI side effect problems. Now, the secondary aim is, of course, to evaluate the efficacy. And this is an open label single arm study. The reason for doing an open label study is that we at higher doses have seen hair loss, and we didn't dare to do a controlled trial because we didn't know what would happen during longer periods with lower doses. We haven't seen that hair loss with the dose that we've used, but at the time when we designed the study, we didn't know, so we didn't dare to make a controlled double-blind study that would unblind itself. So that's the reason. Now, you can very well do historical control arms in IPF because they always lose about 250 milliliters of volume or lung capacity per year. And the important thing is that you have the correct diagnosis. And we have really put a lot of emphasis in getting the right diagnosis, making sure that we have IPF patients. Then we can use the control arm. We're also been very stringent about the FVC measurement, so the measurement of lung capacity. We use the gold standard provider with overread and the training and so forth. So we know now that we are measuring the right type of lung capacity as well. Now it's a 6-month study with a 3-month extension, so up to 9 months, and it's also had very much systematic quality control. We've done audits at high recruiting sites, etc. Now, if I can have the next slide, please. Now this is kind of the process for getting into the trial and how things are developing. To the left, we see patients that are admitted to the specialists with an interstitial lung disease. The specialist makes the diagnosis IPF in about 15% of the patients that are admitted. So that's a clinical together with a CT computer tomography scan together. They weigh the results there, and 15% have IPF. So now of these, they are screened for the study. But to make sure that we have the right diagnosis, we've actually had a central CT overread by Professor De Barrage at Royal Brompton in the UK. So he's a true expert in lung radiology. And whenever it was a little bit doubt, he actually said, don't enroll this patient. So in the end, there were more than 40% that were not enrolled in this stage, just to make sure that the ones that we did enroll was truly IPF. And they were now divided based on the CT scans on probable and on typical. And then there is, at this point in time, 2 that are missing because the data has not been put into the records properly yet. So that's of course, the fate when you do a interim analysis. Not all the data have been cleaned. Now, it's important here to the right to see the difference between the early IPF and the established IPF. And as you can see, the established IPF have much more green, which is then a 3-dimensional reconstruction of the lung and the fibrosis. So this has now been done as a 3rd step to ensure that we have the right diagnosis. We worked together with a company that's a spin-out from Cambridge University in the UK. That's called Curate. So they've done 3-dimensional reconstructions of each and every high-resolution CT, and then confirmed again that we do have IPF patients, confirmed that the early patients have less fibrosis, terminal fibrosis, and that the established, of course, then is the type of IPF with more fibrosis. And it is a continuum from early to established IPF. So they all behave the same. They all lose their 250 mLs per year, whether they're early or established. So that's well known. But here is the very much the process to making sure that we actually have IPF patients and can lean on the historical control as our comparator, and also can trust the data that we have. Now, can I have the next slide, please? So in baseline characteristics, we're very much it on par with all the other studies that's been done. The percent predicted lung capacity is a little bit lower than others, but otherwise very much alike. The difference we have is that we have more patients from Asia, meaning India, but there is also well known that there is no difference in IPF development, whether you're from India, from Japan, from the US, from Europe. They're all behave the same. And as long as you have the right diagnosis, they will behave the way that we've described historically, 250 mLs per year loss of lung capacity. Now, we had about 39% that were probable early IPF and 57 that were established. And I think that's also very much alike what you see in studies. We compare ourselves to Impulses 1 and 2. That's the licensed medicine nintedanib's registrational trials. Also in this case, no one was on standard of care. So these patients are treatment naive, which is also important because then we know that all the effects we see is dependent on our drug, whether it's side effects or positive efficacy signals. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, coming to the data, we've done a third interim analysis now, and the first interim was actually prompted by the reports from sites that patients were doing very good. And indeed, we had a stabilization early on, and we had a stabilization at a higher level than the x-axis, so about 200, 300 milliliters regain of lung function. And this is a slide where we can compare the actual data with previous interim analysis. And it's worthwhile to point out, because we've heard questions about why is the value at 36 weeks coming down, and that is because in the beginning we had a vast majority of patients with early disease that respond much more to our regenerative treatment than the ones with more established more established disease. And if you remember that green areas in the 3D reconstruction of lungs, that is an end-terminal fibrosis that nothing will change. It is the healthy part of the lung that's important to treat, and that's where we have our effects again. So the reason why figures are coming down a bit, we are not surprised at all. It is because we now have much more established IPF in the added value, so they should come down. And of course, this is important to keep in mind. So it is a variability between early and established, and that is the reason behind the little bit lower figure that you see right now. Now, if we move to the next slide, please, we have done what we call 3-visit average, and we have the luxury of having quite frequent measurements, week 2, 4, 6, 8. So the first 3 months we have every second week in the beginning, and then every third, and then every fourth. So it means that we can actually use, for instance, in the 12-week value, it is an average between week 8, 12, and 15, or between 9, 12, and 15, I should say. It's 3 weeks apart. So that's a way to smoothen out the intra-individual variability, and a patient can never do better than his and hers FVC, but they can always do worse because of they're not in good shape today. They may have coughs that prevent them from doing the full FVC test properly, and of course this will give a variability, and this is well known from IPF studies. They all have the same variability and that problem, and for us this has been a way to more smoothly show how our drug works without interference of this variability. And here we've picked patients that has passed the 12-week, so they are now from 12-week and 36 weeks in the trial, and then we have what we call imputed. So we've given the missing values, the patients who have dropped out, we've given them, we can give them the values of the untreated control, and when we do that, we will basically have the same curve again. It will be a little bit lower, but again, this is again a three-visit rolling average on the same data that you did see before. So we smoothen out the intra-individual variability, and you can see a stabilization early on, and about week 12, and thereafter we're actually above the x-axis, and then stabilizing on a few hundred milliliters above the x-axis. Now, this is of course a combination of the early and the established. So if I can have the next slide, please. Now, if we look at the 36-week value for patients who have completed the trial, so it's 19 patients have completed the trial, and we layer this over, this is the red, we layer this over now the natural course of disease, and this is the only data set with individual patients that has been published. And as you can see, there is a small group that are stable, 8%, but there are also a big group that are rapidly progressive, and there are 2 ones that are very rapidly progressive. And what we see here is that all our patients are actually on the median of FVC decline or above. So if this would be a natural course, we would have had a mirror of the red lines below the median as well. And as you can see, we don't have that. So this is, again, I think a truly extraordinary results. And again, shows also the intra-individual variability. And of course, each and every lung is different, and the pathology has brought them to different stages of disease. So it is expected that you will see a variability. And of course, if we have a treatment effect like this, that will of course also increase variability. Now, can we have the next slide, please? Now here we have divided the patients into early IPF and established IPF. And as you remember, the established IPF is the one with a lot of end-terminal fibrosis and less tissue with a basis for regeneration and for repair. So we're very proud that we can actually, even in this group, see a stabilization above baseline. I think that's truly extraordinary. Then, of course, the early IPF patients, they do have more tissue that have the capacity to regenerate and to functionally regenerate, not only anatomically, but to functionally regenerate and gain some more lung volume, lung capacity. Now to the next slide. So we did also an analysis of different subgroups, and you remember the probable and typical at week 36, they are depicted here. We also looked at female and male. They are all on the positive side, but it's also important to see that the patients from India, they are not very far away from patients that coming from the rest of the world. And you should then know that patients from India, they do have more early patients in that cohort than in the rest of the world cohort. So that's also important. So whichever way we cut this data in subgroups, probable, typical, India, rest of the world, male, female, we're always ending up on a positive FVC, meaning that we have stopped the disease and gained some lung capacity there. Now, if we move to the next slide, this is just a comparison to the most recent competitor that have released data this year. It's the Pliant 320 milligram dose cohort that started at a high level, but do not stay above the x-axis, which is also true for the BMS drug that was press released very recently. Boehringer has a 12-week trial where they're still on a positive FVC, but again, at 12 weeks, it is also a little bit too early to see how this will develop. So I think our data, again, stands out not only to standard of care of today, but also to the existing competitors right now. Now, can I have the next slide, please? Now, looking at the tolerability, again, we compare ourselves with Impulses. It's the nintedanib group, and as you can see, we have a very good side effect profile. They have, of course, more patients, so it's hard to maybe make conclusions on the progression of IPF, but still the number is lower so far. The only thing that we see a little bit more of is hair loss, because we inform that you may see hair loss, which you have to do when you've seen it before. And of course, 70-year-old men, they will always find some hair. So, but it's not the magnitude, it's not the type of hair loss that we didn't see before. So we are confident that we can make a placebo-controlled trial moving forward. And of course, we have very low rate of severe side effects. Again, we're stimulating a repair system. We're not blocking kinases, for instance, that are ubiquitous enzymes that give side effects if you dose them too high. Now, can I have the next slide, please? Now, as a support to the clinical data, we also looked at biomarkers, and there is a key biomarker that is signaling that fibrosis process is ongoing, and that's something that's called TGF-beta1, transforming growth factor beta-1, and that's something that we've seen both in vitro in our animal models and also in tissue slices from IPF patients, that we can reduce the expression and the protein levels. And sure enough, also in our clinical trial, we have a more than 50% reduction of TGF-beta from week 0 to week 24. And I think many drugs have shown effects in animal models, but I think this is the first time, as far as I know, that someone can show this also clinically. Again, supporting that we're actually decreasing the fibrosis drive, the fibrotic drive in the tissue. And I think this is really encouraging. Now, if I can have the next slide. Here we're looking into the dropouts. And as you know, we started this study on the height of the COVID pandemic, and with bi-weekly visits, it's been pretty hard and tough for us with both recruitment and retention of patients, because if these patients with a severe lung disease contracts a viral disease, I mean, they have a 50% chance of coming out alive if they are hospitalized with a viral infection in their lungs. So they are not very keen to go out of their home. They are not very keen to go to hospitals where they believe that they have a bigger chance of getting COVID. So what we did see was a number of dropouts before study week 12 during the COVID period. So the big red square is that. So 65% occurred there. But the last 12 months after COVID, we have a much less dropouts, and this year we actually have none. So the COVID reasons is patients have gotten COVID, they have been afraid of getting COVID, they have a caretaker that brings them to hospital that has got COVID, or they are afraid of getting COVID, or they had to move, etc. So there are many both social and practical reasons why we had this dropout frequency. And again, when we look at the other dropouts, it's very similar to any other study. And we also did a special investigation of the dropouts versus the ones that remain in the study, looking at the high resolution CTs and all the clinical input there. And there's nothing that stands out in this group. It is very random. It is because of COVID, and I think that's also reassuring. We have a safe drug. We have really no side effect issues with the drug, and that's also reflected in the dropouts under normal circumstances. So we shall not do the next trial during COVID pandemic. Now, if I can have the next slide. Not only do we have fantastic data, we also during this week actually press release that we have a new patent. So C21 will be protected as a product to 2041. It's granted in the US. We have a positive review for the rest of the world, so it's still pending in other jurisdictions. But it means that we have C21 in an enteric coating. It's a new formulation principle, and that enteric coating, we cover all types of enteric coating. So it will not be possible, as I understand, for a company to copy without doing an enteric coating, and we cover them all. So I think this gives us a very strong patent protection and very strong product protection. Of course, we have also a number of other patents that we're working with that are pending and that apply, in addition to the regulatory protection with the orphan drug designation and data exclusivity. So I think that was a very good news that we could share with you a week ago. Now let's move to the next slide then. So if we summarize the AIR trial and the interim, the update that we have done is that we have clearly confirmed that we have IPF patients, meaning that we can rely on historical data as comparisons, and that we can rely on our data that we're truly having an effect on the disease with C21. It's again, continued, and I think a stronger data set with more patients now compared to last time, double the number of patients, and it's still a very strong data set. There are some more or many more advanced disease, so the established disease that will bring the number a bit down. But as you did see, even that group is stabilizing above baseline. Now we have a very good safety and tolerability profile, no GI signals, or no reason for patients to drop out so far because of side effects of the drug by itself. And we have supported biomarker data. And what we didn't bring up is also that we have very many encouraging patient testimonials. Patients do want to stay on drug, and they do want to have the opportunity to continue treatment. And unfortunately, there have been no such mechanism for such an early trial that we have to do that. But that will be something that we should consider in the future, of course. Now, if I can have the next slide, please. I will just give you a little bit on what we're doing more. We have now this cognitive behavioral therapy, completely digital device that is intended for treatment of anxiety in patients with pulmonary fibrosis, whether it's IPF or other pulmonary fibrosis. And this has been very well received and appreciated by patients, patient organizations, but also by investigators, and they have really nothing to support these patients with otherwise. And it's of course so that if you have a deadly disease where you know you're going to be slowly suffocated to death, it will create a lot of anxiety. And we're learning so much about the disease, and we are also seeing so much positive effects of doing this. So here we're now in a pivotal trial, and we will hope to get this on the US market by the end of next year. Now, can I have the next slide, please? We also have a number of compounds behind, small molecules with high affinity. They're patent protected as a composition of matter. We do compare their efficacy with C21, and they are as good as you can see on the target engagement. And we've also done studies on IPF lung and fibrotic kidney, where we have used TGF-beta again as our marker for effect. And we have a nice reduction of these new compounds. So we also know that the pharmacology is very safe. We have had C21 now exposed to more than 300 individuals. So I think that's also good. So this is a new class of drug that has a lot of opportunities beyond IPF. If I can have the next slide, please. This summarizes then the pipeline that we have. I mean, the IPF fibrosis you've heard about. We're in the midst of the phase 2. We're now reported interim data, and we are completing the 2A, and we are now confident to move into a phase 2B based on the data that we have. We will look into the pulmonary hypertension, because all these patients with IPF, they also have a high pressure in the circulation. And with a new patent protection, we believe that we can address that as well, not only thinking about orphan diseases, but also going into the vascular component of lung disease. And I think that would differentiate us and make this a very interesting drug. The ALMI is, of course, a digital therapy in its now pivotal study. We're working with cough at a preclinical stage. And then we have a number of compounds where we said 106 could be something for cardiorenal, but they all also serve like backup compounds. So I mean, we should look upon them as designated yet, but we have to have some thinking. And for 106, we are now in phase 1. So we're about to complete the phase 1 clinically. It's being completed now in June, and we will have the full results after summer. So in summary, that is our pipeline with a strong foothold in rare lung disease, and with a clinical pipeline behind for a number of diseases where aging cells and regeneration repair processes may be of relevance, especially in the cardiorenal space, for instance. Now, if I can have the last slide, please. So a little bit about the company then. We're We're a small Swedish company. We're traded on the Stockholm Nasdaq exchange. We have $80 million of cash now in March 31. And among the major shareholders are HealthCap, HBM Investments, and Invus, and four Swedish National Pension Fund. So we have a good group of investors behind us. And if I can have the next slide, please. So in summary, there's a new class of drugs, unprecedented data in IPF, a deadly disease. There's a strong scientific rationale for disease modification also in the vascular part of lung disease. We have a mode of action that lends itself to a number of therapeutic implications, which is now being investigated in the new clinical platform where we're capitalizing on the lead that we have in this area. And if I can have the final slide, please. We're well positioned to unlock this potential, and I think this will be a very exciting journey going forward with the angiotensin type 2 receptor agonists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carl-Johan, for your nice presentation. And I'm afraid we're running a little bit out of time, but we have time for one question. And I would like to ask you about the design of your future phase 2b study. I mean, you will design it to be run for 24 weeks of treatment instead of 36 weeks of treatment, what you have done in the phase 2. I was wondering if you could explain us what is the rationale behind choosing this time point 24 weeks instead of 36 weeks, given the fact that you see the most striking effect at 36 weeks.
At 24 weeks, which is a very common way to design a phase 2b trial. I mean, that's been done by many companies in many situations. So it's not an unusual time point for a phase 2b trial. I think we have calculated that we can, if we just meet the x-axis, so with stabilization with 0 plus minus 0 in lung capacity, we will have a very solid statistics around that, and anything above that. So if you just repeat what we see in the AIR trial, it's definitely gives a very strong statistical power, and we know from interactions with the FDA that will constitute what they call a substantial evidence of effectiveness, which means that it could be counted as one of the 2 registration trials, even if it's not even if it's just a 24-week trial. So that gives us the confidence to do that. And again, could we repeat the data that we've shown here in a phase 2b trial, in a dose finding trial? I mean, we will definitely with confidence also go and seek accelerated approval. But of course, an authority doesn't give you that answer on beforehand. You will have to come with the data.
Thank you very much. And with this, we have to close the presentation. Thank you very much, Carl-Johan, for your nice presentation and for being here with us today.
Welcome back, everyone. Very excited to have Integrum with us now, and the founder, Richard Bronnemark, here to present the company. In the interest of time, I'll let you go right ahead, Richard, with the presentation.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to talk about our game-changing technology. So can I have the next slide, please? So we're in the field of dealing with amputations, which is very relevant these days with, you know, Ukraine and Turkey catastrophes. So what is it really like to live with amputation, and what can we do to improve them? And what kind of business opportunities will there be to really go into this field with something that is very novel and really disruptive? So we have done some estimations, and the OPRA population, you see number 3 here, is our OPRA implant system. And based on our calculations in the US and on our key markets in the European community, including Austria, Benelux, Germany, and Sweden, we see a total market opportunity of about $8 billion. Next slide, please. So if you have an amputation today, you are left with a stump. And the way to treat that to give you an artificial limb back is by using a socket that sits on the outside of the stump. And this is a very old principle. There have been some improvements to it, but frankly, the biomechanical principles underlying the socket is very much less good than how we were designed from the beginning, with the skeleton carrying the load. And with this inferior biomechanical solution, we get mobility problems, we get recurrent infections, the skin is rubbing against the socket, hard to heal wounds, pain, and also when we change our body weight, we need to do socket adjustments on a frequent basis. Next slide, please. So we have now been working clinically since 1990, trying really to change the way we can treat amputations. Next slide, please. And that is with the OPRA implant system. So I'm an orthopedic surgeon, and for me it's easy to interpret this X-ray, but maybe you can see that there is some kind of metal sitting in an amputated leg. So this is a direct elongation of the skeleton, and we're really using the skeleton and the implant system to transfer the loads in a much more anatomical and physiological correct way. And that is what we call a bone-anchored implant solution. Next slide, please. So just very briefly about the technique. So it's a two-step surgical protocol. First, we put in one piece, and then the bone will embrace that and heal it. That's what we call osseointegration. I will not talk a lot about that, but if you go back to the history, you can see it was my father that developed the concept of osseointegration. This is now being used clinically since 1965, and for this application since 1990. So we think it's a fairly efficient and standardized treatment. But since we have this rigid connection to the skeleton, if you have a fall, which is more frequent if you have lost a part of your leg, for instance, we have also developed a release system like a ski binding called Aktier or Aktier 2 that decreases the risk for fractures. We have also improved the original surface that my father developed in the early 1960s to a nanostructured biohelix surface that is increasing the rate of osseointegration and also make that interaction between the biomaterial and the bone tissue stronger. We have more than 700 users now globally. Next slide, please. So what is the success rate? Well, what we have shown in 2 years follow-up and 5 years follow-up prospective studies is a clinical success rate of about 92%. But it's not just that the prosthesis is attached. When it is attached to the skeleton, you get both the mechanical function, but you get also what we here call a sense of self, an osteoperception. You get the feeling for that the artificial limb is actually becoming a part of yourself. You can walk more, and by being able to be more active, you increase your mental wellness and quality of life. Next slide, please. So in different markets, we have different offers. In Europe, we have now CE marked, and that's actually according to the new regulations, the MDR, for upper arm, for thumbs and digits, and for above knee. In US, which is our real target market so far, we have what is called a PMA, the highest level of regulatory approval for above knee amputees. Next slide, please. So we have a lot of focus in the US. We actually entered the US already in 2015 with a special regulatory pathway that was upgraded end of 2020 to a full pre-market approval. We have our own subsidiary. We have an internal sales force, fairly limited. We're 8 people there, but also working with different distribution partner setups. And you see it's a very sizable market of about $5.6 billion US. We have in Europe had CE marking since 1999. As I just mentioned, we got upgraded to MDR certificate in 2023. That was a major effort for a fairly small company. We invested about 40 million Swedish crowns to get that certificate in place. We are now 29 people working in Gothenburg. We're also working with in selected markets with distribution partners. And in our targeted markets in Europe right now, we consider the market potential to be $2.2 billion US. Next slide, please. So what is our strategy for long-term growth in the US market? And why do I say long-term? Well, you know, the US market is a fairly demanding market to penetrate. You need to think long-term. So right now we have key opinion leaders, we have hospitals, we have 16 of the top 20 US hospitals starting to work with our product. We have, since the pandemic is now declining, we can use our scalable certification process where we can train many surgeons at the same time. We're also looking into how we can increase awareness amongst patients. We need to educate not only patients and professionals, but also those providing healthcare, so health insurance providers. And we need to work with a critical segment because this is a combination of a surgical treatment and a rehabilitation with advanced prosthetic devices. And that is the prosthetist that's working with that. And we need to target all these different key players to really get an increased market penetration. And as you can understand, this can take some time, but this is what is really needed for long-term growth. Next slide, please. So one very, very important thing is how can we increase awareness amongst patients? And here we have several investments that we have done fairly recently during the last year. And we have a fiscal year that's ending end of April. So we have worked with reimbursement to help to facilitate for patients to get paid for the treatment. We have worked with branding so they understand who we are, where we're coming from. We have worked with something called Oprah ambassadors, and on the picture here you see Ginny. She's an Oprah ambassador, and she's on social media active to talk about her experience with the treatment by our implant system. So social media is something where we have invested a lot of time and effort and money to increase awareness for patients, because that is very, very important to be able to penetrate the US market and any market actually. Next slide, please. So we're about to release our fourth quarter report that is due June 8th, but this is the report from the third quarter. And there we had a net sales in the quarter of 18.7 compared to 12.6. We have a growth year over year, 48%. And as I mentioned, we have very prestigious hospitals now working in the US and also in the rest of the world. And we continue to building a stronger and stronger organization. And during that quarter and shortly after, we recruited both a new very senior quality and regulatory director and a new chief operating officer and a site manager for the headquarters here in Gothenburg. Next slide, please. So this is a picture of our new office at GoCo. That's maybe the biggest life science hub investment in Sweden. That's supported by Gothenburg, several investors, including the Wallenberg Group. And I'm very happy to announce that we're now fully situated up to speed here, and you're all very welcome to our open house that will be in the afternoon of June 15th. Next slide, please. So we think, but what we think is not maybe important, we think it will be the standard of care in the future, just like dental implants have been the standard of care in dentistry. But it's also so that several of the leading orthopedic surgeons in the US, they state this publicly. This is going to be the next standard of care in amputee treatment. Next slide, please. So we have been around a while now, and I talked mostly where we are today and where we're heading with our present offering. But we are also working with some really scientific, high-level stuff, and that is what is in the pipeline for tomorrow. So let me share you some of the things we are developing. Next slide, please. Maybe the most fascinating is the EO brain implant system, and it's a mind-controlled prosthesis. Next slide, please. There are a lot of technology and development. We have neuromuscular integrations with implanted electrodes that will give us what we call intuitive brain control. So you just think about the movement and then that will happen. To make these precise movements happen, it's not so easy, but everyone is into this artificial intelligence stuff that is so popular these days. And maybe you recently saw a pelagic man walking with a brain-controlled artificial intelligence supported mobility system. So one is movement, but to really work with movement in a good way, you need sensory feedback. So as a part of this system, we also have artificial tactile sensory feedback. And that is really generating a setup for the brain to really start to perceive that the artificial component is no longer an artificial component. It's coming alive and being a true part of your body. Next slide, please. So of course, this is not something that we can just sit in our office in Gothenburg and develop. So we're working with many smart and skilled scientists all over the world, mostly together with Chalmers originally, but now since a couple of years, I would say since 2018, 2019, we have also intensified our collaboration, and we have several ongoing first-in-human studies with MIT and Brigham and Women's at the Harvard Medical System. Next slide, please. So if you start this video, you will see where we are today. If you can start the video, please.
Jag heter Rickard Normark, är 45 år, bor på en gård i Lövånger i Västerbotten med fru och 3 barn. 2011 var jag med om en högspänningsolycka i ett ställverk och blev kraftigt brännskadad, förlorade min vänstra arm. Och efter det så fick jag då börja använda en hylsprotes som jag egentligen aldrig kände mig bekväm i. Den satt dåligt och var svår att kontrollera, svår att få sätta som man ville på morgonen. Efter ett tag så kände jag det att min högra hand började domna av och jag fick problem med rörelseförmågan i vänster axel och ryggen började kännas sned. Jag tänkte att det här måste finnas någonting bättre. Och då kom jag i kontakt med Integrum och blev erbjuden att prova operasystemet, vilket jag då valde att göra. Och efter 2 operationer och en del rehabilitering så kunde jag då börja använda den protes jag har idag, och det har ju öppnat upp en helt ny värld. Det går inte att jämföra, det är så otroligt mycket bättre. Systemet är lätt att använda. Jag tar på mig pucken, klickar fast den och startar den på några sekunder, är den igång. Med hylsprotesen kunde man få ta på den flera gånger innan det väl börjar fungera. Det kan ta upp till 20 minuter, en halvtimme innan man kan börja använda den på morgonen, så att det kändes aldrig bekvämt. Det som var kvar då, det var ju att ytelektroderna var väldigt störkänsliga för mig. Jag kunde aldrig riktigt lita på greppet när man var i en miljö med mycket elektronik. Helt plötsligt kunde handen bara öppna om man tappade saker. Då blev jag erbjuden att delta i ett forskningsprojekt som en av hittills 4 personer. Och det heter då e-opera, och då har de opererat in elektroderna i armen. Vilket har gjort att störningarna för mig är helt borta. Och precisionen är mycket, mycket mer finkänslig. Jag kan göra väldigt små rörelser och styra ännu bättre ovanför huvudet. Och det är en helt ny värld även det. Och det möjliggör även att jag får en viss känselrespons tillbaka. När jag tar i saker så känner jag att greppet finns där. I och med att vi då lever på en gård och jag hade tidigare ett väldigt aktivt liv, finns sysslor att göra hela tiden och har ett stort motorsportintresse, så var jag väldigt begränsad med min hylsprotes. Man litade inte på greppet och det var svårt att röra sig. Idag så har ju allt det där börjat komma tillbaka mer och mer. Jag hittar nya saker varje dag som jag kan göra. Och jag känner det som tidigare, då bar man en protes som ett hjälpmedel. Idag är protesen mer en del av mig. Jag ser det inte som att jag bär protes. Det är en helt ny värld.
So I would like to conclude with the...
Jag heter Rickard Normark.
Okay. Just to conclude that what you've seen now, that is the most advanced system sort of available in the world. It's not really a real product yet, but it's in experimental evaluation phase. And of course, it's always fun to be a part of something that is world leading, and we are very proud and honored to be a part of all the collaborators for driving new possibilities for amputees, hopefully all over the world in due time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Rickard, for a good presentation and a great video in the end to show the product as well. To start off, I would like to ask about the complexity of giving someone this device with the integration into bone. How complex is that for surgeons to do? Do they need a lot of training, or could this be quite easily done?
Well, so the 2 surgical parts, and the first part, that is to put in a screw into bone tissue. That is something that orthopedic surgeons are very used to. So that's a fairly quick learning process. We don't even need to do it we use something called wet lab, that's done on bodies, but here you can use store bones, plastic bones, and train that. So that's very straightforward. The second part of the procedure is more of a plastic surgery part, and there a wet lab, and typically we see that the leading hospitals, they have an orthopedic surgeon that has main responsibility for the first surgery, and for the second surgery is the plastic surgeon. And I think that setup now been proven to be fairly stable. So it's not that difficult.
Okay, perfect. And then the other part of commercializing a product like this would be the reimbursement situation. I mean, to what extent is this more expensive prosthetic covered by reimbursement, and how much needs to be out of pocket for patients to get this?
Yeah, so that's a very good question, and a thorough answer will take several hours, but let's try to be brief. So typically today, we see that patients are not paying out of pocket. They wait till they get reimbursement clearance. But since we don't have a full coding system, and this is something we said several times, it will take several years, it means that some patients will not be able to move forward with the treatment as of now until we have a coding structure in place. But in the US, which we talk about primarily with the reimbursement challenges, we typically don't see that patients are paying themselves. They rather wait until they get reimbursement later in the future.
Okay, perfect. And I mean, compared to sockets, this seems like a real golden standard. But you're currently now in sort of a monopoly position in terms of, you know, patent and technology. But do you see anyone else working on some sort of competing technology, or are you going to be alone for the foreseeable future?
Well, so what is good is that we're seeing that former DJO Global, which is a fairly sizable orthopedic company now called Innovis, they have done a pilot study several years ago, and we are waiting that they will go into a study for a PMA approval, which is mandatory since we have PMA. We sort of triggered up the barrier there. And we also know that Zimmer Biomet, that is the biggest orthopedic company in the world, they are about to launch a study later this year. And it will take them 5 to 7 years to come to the market. So before that, we still think we have, in principle, a regulatory monopoly in the US.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that sounds like a good head start. And unfortunately, we're out of time, so I have to limit myself to those 3 questions. But I want to thank you very much, Rickard, for being here with us and presenting this interesting product. And we'll now take a short pause and then come back with Synact in a few moments.
The next company presenting today is SynAct, a company focused on developing new drugs in the space of resolution of inflammation. And with us, we have here today Torbjörn Bjerke, the CEO of the company. Torbjörn, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you to ABG for giving us this opportunity to present SynAct Pharma. What I will be focusing on today is obviously our programs within rheumatoid arthritis, and give you an update, and give you a update on the data we have so far and on the clinical program we are running. First, forward-looking statements, and then SynAct Pharma in a brief. So, as you said, Gonzalo, we are focusing on inflammatory diseases. We are a company on the Nasdaq Stockholm mid-cap section. One important milestone last year was that we went from Aktier to the Nasdaq in one go. And that was important for us in order to capture more international, more institutional and specialist investors as well. So we have about a bit more than 14,000 shareholders today. We're happy for each one of those. And quite a few of them are quite active, so that's good. Another quite important milestone last year was the initiation of two very important studies that will have a readout later this year. And I will get back to those in more details. In addition to that, the company got an US IND, and that is extremely important for us in order to have a global and focused US development of our lead compound AP1189. So this is the pipeline, and as you can see, rheumatoid arthritis is a main focus here. I will get back to why, but we have both in the more severe patients, newly diagnosed patient. We see this group as a very, very interesting group to target. But then we also have the DMARC IR. These are the patients that have gone through methotrexate as the first line treatment. It doesn't work anymore. Then we add AP1189. We also have a phase 2 program in nephrotic syndrome. AP1189 do have quite a broad spectrum of activity, also in terms of the kidney function, and that's important. We also have the virus-induced respiratory insufficiency, the COVID-19 that we did a couple of years ago, which we are not focusing on at the moment. We believe that there are good unmet medical need in influenza, for example, with this anti-inflammatory response that we saw under COVID-19, but we are not focusing on that at the moment. And then following the acquisition of TXP Pharma, we got quite a new group of compounds into the company. And one of them, the so-called TXP11, we'll rename that into SynAct name, of course, very soon, but that is a prevention of organ failures. So we do have a compound and a set of compounds here that can really interact in the inflammatory response in different ways. So what is inflammation? I know that quite a few of you do know what inflammation is. However, it's really the immune system's way of reacting to infections or injuries. When you get an injury, you get an influx of inflammatory cells, for example, white blood cells, and that can then become an inflammation. Normally, the immune system, your own immune system, fight that inflammation, and you get restored without any treatments. However, in some circumstances, you can get a chronic inflammation, and that is what we see with RA. That is also what we see with quite a few other autoimmune diseases. What we are targeting, RA. However, we also saw some quite interesting in COVID-19 inflammation, which is acute inflammation in the lung. We did a proof of concept study there in Brazil, and we saw that we could get these patients earlier on to the home setting compared to standard therapy. Actually, I do have an anecdote on that study. One of the patients, a woman, had been treated successfully in the COVID-19 study, and she came home quite early on, despite the fact that she had a severe inflammatory response in the lung. And then a couple of weeks later, she came back and said, "I want more of the medicine." And the primary investigator said, "Why do you need more of the medicine? You are quite off." "Yeah, but I have severe rheumatoid arthritis, and my symptoms went away when I was treated here in the hospital." This is obviously only anecdotal. However, this was at the same time when we were running the first BEGIN study in RA. So if we look a bit more into what are we doing with 1189, it's a twofold mode of action. One is that we reduce the inflammatory response, we reduce the influx of these cells into the inflammatory response, we reduce the activity of these cells, so the response is in more balance. We don't totally inhibit them, however, it's in more balance. And then we activate the so-called macrophages. These are the cells that cleans up the mess after the inflammation. And that's why it's also called inflammation resolution. So we inhibit the inflammation. We can hopefully then also, in some circumstances, we can, like we did with COVID-19, we could stop the inflammation before it gets more chronic. But in chronic inflammation like RA, what we hope to see there is really that we can get the resolution phase more quickly, and maybe get quite a good response rate on that. And I'll show you data really showing that. So why RA? It's 1% of the population globally. Quite a lot of females, 70–80% are females. It's a big medical need. We have a lot of different optionalities in terms of treatments in RA today. However, these are linked to severe side effects, one, and linked to not getting the patients into remission. So up to about 70% of the patients do not get into remission, that meaning getting rid of the symptoms. So the big medical need is there. And we believe, obviously, that AP1189 could be well suited as a base treatment in RA, and I will come back to that. So let's go to the BEGIN results. This was a study done in Europe, looking at more severe, newly diagnosed RA patients to see if we could inhibit the inflammation at that point of time. So they had high C-line score and a high ACR20 score. That meaning that in two different readouts that are used in RA, you could see a high disease activity. If you look at the C-line score from baseline, we got a significant result compared to placebo. Remember here that placebo is methotrexate. So what we do is we add AP1189 to these patients, newly diagnosed. So they start with methotrexate as the first line treatment at the same time as they start with AP1189, if they are in the active group. And we had two active group, 50 and 100 mg per day. So significance there. And then the ACR20, 50 and 70, as I said, is a different way of measuring the disease activity. ACR20 is quite important in the US, for example, because FDA, that's the primary readout for approval in RA in the US. And here, in 100 mg, we could also see a significant difference from placebo. Remember, this is only after 4 weeks, and we are looking at chronic disease, right? Already after 4 weeks, we could see this significant result. So that was very, very encouraging. When we looked at the so-called DAS28, DAS28 is also kind of the same as ACR and C-line. However, there you also focus on the acute phase protein, CRP. And CRP is in about 50% of the newly diagnosed patient. You can see an increase in CRP, the others don't. However, you have the Ruma factor, which tells you that you have RA. In DAS28, we also saw a very nice response, and as you can see on all these readouts, is a dose response on each one of these. And that, from a drug development point of view, that's encouraging as well. So, and then we had fatigue, FACIT fatigue score. These patients suffer from fatigue. It's often a very dominating symptom. And here we could have although not significant, but we saw a good dose response as well on clinically relevant response. When we looked at safety, because one thing is obviously efficacy, another thing is safety. In order to be a fundamental treatment, new treatment in RA, you need to have a good safety profile, differentiating you from the other treatments in RA at the moment. And here you can see from all these patients, we saw quite a benign safety profile. We saw some nausea. This was a liquid formulation we used. Now we have a tablet with the same profile in plasma, so that's fantastic. We saw a little bit mild ALT increase in placebo and in 50. However, nothing in 100 mg. Remember again that these patients are all treated with methotrexate, and methotrexate gives these laboratory differences. And then a little bit headache, however, very mild. We had no severe on the actives, and we had no serious adverse events. So this is a good safety profile. So far, so good. When we look at the next study we are doing, the EXPAND. So EXPAND is a continuation of BEGIN, although new patients. It's the same patient group, very severe patients, newly diagnosed, and they get exactly the same treatment, either methotrexate for the placebo or methotrexate plus AP1189, 100 mg this time, to see a 12-week study. Because the feedback we got when we talked to potential partners and so on, yeah, fantastic with 4 weeks. However, how does the 12 weeks look like? So remember, exactly the same group of patients, but with 12 weeks duration. And here the primary readout is ACR20 response. However, secondary readouts, we have all the others that we have gone through on previous slides. So this one has been finalized recruiting, and we are waiting for the data to come. The next one is an adaptive phase 2 trial in DMARD-IR. Remember what I said. These are the patients that have gone through methotrexate, doesn't really work anymore. Then we add AP1189. This is a proof of concept for these patients. These patients are the even more commercially interesting patient group. That's also why we're doing this. So this is a proof of concept in terms of looking at a bit different phenotype than the newly diagnosed. Here they have gone through. Now we are looking at if we can restore the efficacy again. Same primary readout, ACR20, and all the secondary readouts. And here we have different doses of AP1189 to test that. It's a 4-week study. So this is kind of proof of concept before we go into the 12-week study in these patients. So also readout in the second half of this year. So important year for SynAct Pharma. So when we look at the profile of 1189, we can see once daily oral dosing, fantastic, because it's a good compliance to the patients. So 1 tablet once daily. We have a quick onset of action. We saw that both in the COVID-19 study as well as in the BEGIN study. The onset to action before, the time until it starts working is quite short, and that's also a benefit when you look at the combination therapies and so on. And high degree of efficacy, of course. If we can redo what we saw in the beginning, we're quite happy. And we're now looking forward to see the 12-week study results in the expand. Safety, important. Obviously, there will be some side effects that we saw in the beginning. However, what is important here, talking about safety, is that there should be no really concerns about safety. So you cannot add additional therapies, and that's important in RA. And remember, this treatment do not induce a steroid effect. It do not wipe out the immune system. It rebalances the immune system. That's the beauty with it. So steroid-free mode of action, compatible with methotrexate is important because it's the first line of therapy there. So when we look at the profiling of AP1189 in RA patients, if we continue to see the same results here, we hope that this could be a more fundamental therapy in RA, spanning from the first line in the more severe patients, where it is important to get the control of the inflammation as soon as possible, and then to DMARC IR and onwards. So this has been a good beginning. Now it's really up to us to prove the next phases. So why is this first or the newly diagnosed patient? Why are they so important? About 50% of the patients do have bad prognostic factors, meaning that they have a high degree of inflammation, and they don't respond that well to methotrexate. So that's why it is important maybe to come in with a safe and efficacious treatment already there in order to control the inflammation, as early as possible before it gets too accelerated. That's important. When looking at the DMARC IR, as I said, incomplete responders on the methotrexate is about 70%. So if you have had methotrexate, doesn't work anymore, then we need to take the next stage of treatment, and maybe that could be AP1189. That's why we're treating these patients, DMARC IR, with AP1189 to get that answer. We have done quite a few market research studies, and when we ask about the mode of action here, we show them the data so far. What other indications would you, as a specialist in rheumatology, and in the US, this is from the US mostly, if you had this on your hand, what would you do? And as you can see, degree of interest is high, and the anticipated use in DMARC IR is also quite high. These are millions of patients, remember. So far, so good in terms of helping those patients. When talking about additional indication, when we talk to the specialist above that, psoriasis arthritis came up as a must-do. It's a big market opportunity with a big medical need. Lupus, the same. If you can control the immune system in lupus, and you have an effect on the kidneys as well, because in lupus patients the kidney nephritis is quite dominant, then that is a big advantage. And ankylosing spondylitis as well. And we can go on with quite a few. If you look at inflammation, it's there, even in cancer, in cardiovascular. So a safe treatment that can rebalance your immune system is potentially highly motivated and a highly valuable asset. So if you look at the RA treatments in the market today, and where do they come from? 7 out of 10 comes from external sources. So obviously, what we are thinking about as well is really to seek partnerships. because RA is such a big opportunity that you need a marketing partner in order to capture the best potential and get the treatment out to as many patients as possible. What you can see also here is that all these drugs in RA do have quite a few different indications. So, and that is exactly what we believe in AP1189 as well, that it can potentially have quite a few different indications. What you can see also from this slide, and that's the drawback with the existing treatment, although some of them are efficacious, they have a lot of side effects and they have black box warnings. The JAKs do have black box warnings. That's the tablet you can give to your anti-inflammatory. So it prohibits them from getting into the first line, the more severe patients, and the second line and so on is troublesome. So that's why the emerging profile is important in this. When we look at how to create value for SynAct Pharma the coming years, it's all about the pipeline. It's all about establishing or further establish the company as the main player within inflammation resolution using the melanocortin receptor field. So that's extremely important, and then that gives us the pipeline again. Is my last slide. It's really all about getting these programs further on, and the nephrotic syndrome proof of concept there is also important. We are recruiting patients for that to look at the protein loss of protein through the or urine protein loss, which is an indicator of the disease of the kidney. It's important for us to look at that trend. And then virus. Yes, we did a proof of concept in COVID-19 acute inflammation. However, and that is not something that many talks about. If you look at influenza, it's also inflammation. And quite a few people die from influenza during the epidemic when influenza comes, and especially elderly people, those with low immune system response. And then we'll get more back to the acquired programs from the TXP pipeline and talk more about that in the autumn. But now the focus is really to get the results safely in the harbor of the two RA studies, and then look at that, and then hopefully continue with very focused business development efforts. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Torbjörn, for such a nice presentation. And we have a few minutes for a couple of questions. And I would like to start talking more of in the RA space. You're running these two studies. You have the expand and the result that could give rise to true opportunities in the disease, like in the methotrexate non-responding patients and also first line. And if I recall correctly from your presentation now, in the first line setting, you would see a niche population that the more severe that need to you have to bring this CDI value, let's say, more down even further. Could you talk about this patient population? Who are these patients, and how easy or hard is to identify them?
Yeah, Gonzalo, very good question. And this niche is actually 47% of the patients, newly diagnosed patients. These are patients that might have gone for a while with the RA before they are diagnosed. However, these are also patients with a high C-line score. So you have the joints affected. You might have a CRP increase, acute phase protein. You can really see that. So the destruction of the joints has already started, and we can. It's quite easy to see that from the C-line score and ACR20 as well. And these are bad prognostic factors for these patients. Mm-hmm. And that's why that one other reason, 70% of the methotrexate, or these patients are set on methotrexate, put on methotrexate. However, 70% doesn't really respond well. So you don't have much for these patients because JAKs are not allowed to be used in this. So what we believe is that this group of patients is also important to get the inflammation down and rebalance the immune system for these patients. And that was what we saw in the BEGIN study. And now we will see how it is after 12 weeks. So it's easy to diagnose, actually.
Okay, no, that's very interesting. And a question regarding your new acquisition of TXP. You are moving from being a company focused on AP 1189 in RA to be more like a, let's say, platform for resolution inflammation company with this new acquisition. And I was wondering, you have been working in the chronic space with RA, and now with TXP you have this opportunity in the acute setting for organ failure. And I was wondering if you could give us some color on what are the drivers that would make one of your candidates to be successful in the acute setting or in the chronic setting. Is it the signaling through the melanocortin receptors, or there is like something around formulation? A little bit on that.
Yes. So we acquired TXP Pharma in this independent group of directors in the board because one, it was important to enlarge the pipeline. And in that, it was so important that we got so good response from potential partners that inflammation resolution is important. So we wanted to really to establish ourselves as the leading company within inflammation resolution using melanocortin. So that was important. And it gives us more optionalities. And then we have, you know, let's say TXP-11 going into organ failure. We have done that before. The CSO had done that before, Thomas Jonassen, in the first company that we started was Action Pharma, that was acquired by AbbVie. So we think it's a big medical need there, obviously, but you need to do the study in the right way. Controlling a lot of different factors. Yeah. So it gives us an opportunity to move more into what we can handle ourselves as well as a smaller company. We have a lot of plans in terms of orphan diseases, and we have and we are doing reformulations for slow release substances. That could be extremely important for certain diseases, also like lupus and other inflammatory diseases. So now we have the optionality to go both into the more chronic disease as well as the more acute hospital disease indications, and that I think is quite rewarding, or could be quite rewarding.
No, thank you very much, Torbjörn. I think we're running out of time. Thank you very much for being here with us today and for your nice presentation.
Thank you, Gonzalo.
We stay in the space of inflammation. The next company is Lipum, a biotech company focused on developing new ways of treating chronic inflammation. And with us, we have here today the CEO of the company, Einar Pontien. Einar, the stage is yours.
Thanks a lot, and thank you for the opportunity to do my first presentation at ABG. And since we have a unique opportunity within the field of chronic inflammation, it's obvious that I'm around and talk a lot about the uniqueness of our discovery. But I rarely talk about myself. Actually, I suffer myself from a chronic inflammation, a disease, and that is atopic dermatitis. It's eczema. During relapse, it's rather irritating having itching skin, and I know that the treatment is crucial to stop the inflammation and to get into remission. But I'm lucky because those having rheumatoid arthritis have a much severer chronic inflammation condition. It affects 1% of the global population, and it affects joints where you have swelling and pain. And if the disease is untreated, it may lead to other severe diseases like problems with the respiratory, with cardiovascular, and other diseases if it's untreated. It's much more common among women, and also those that having RA have also very often comorbidities. For instance, they're more susceptible for bacterial infections. So there are treatment, and the most common treatment and most available treatment is small molecules. For example, like methotrexate. It's easily available, it's inexpensive, but it's also an immunosuppressant. It suppresses the immune system, and it has quite a number of side effects. In some cases, also patients are treated with corticosteroids in combination with the methotrexate. But if it doesn't help, if it's not sufficient, there are advanced biologicals like the anti-TNF drugs. And this is a biological, typically an antibody. And for those that are not helped with that, there are these targeted synthetic drugs, also small molecule, called kinase inhibitors, JAK inhibitors. And if we look then into the market, it's a huge market. It's projected to be $29 billion in 2029. And it's dominated and has been dominated for very long by these anti-TNF drugs. Now, when the patents are expiring on these original anti-TNF drugs, these blockbusters are facing competition from biosimilars. But biosimilars is a kind of generic drug, but it is not a structural copy. It's a copy that should have the same effect and the same mode of action and mechanism. So these biosimilars are relatively expensive as well. So even if they decreases the average pricing on the market, more patients are actually treated with anti-TNF drugs. So there is still a market growth. So in this case, generics doesn't make the market to collapse. However, with these anti-TNF drugs in the 7 major markets, the patients that receive them are round about 30% non-responders. So the anti-TNFs are not sufficient to help them. And then the alternatives are JAK inhibitors. And as mentioned in the previous presentation by Synact here, many of these, both the anti-TNFs and the JAK inhibitors, have box warnings because of considerable side effects during treatment. But the American College of Rheumatology defined the efficacy of treatment. They talk about ACR 20, ACR 50, and that ACR 50 seems to be a reasonable target, meaning that a patient that is treated with a drug have a 50% improvement. Typically, ACR 20 is used as the evaluation criteria in clinical trials, as mentioned earlier. But from my point of view, I think it's reasonable to assume that you should get a 50% improvement if you are treated with something. And in a recent paper where major RA advanced drugs like the anti-TNFs and the JAK inhibitors were compared, it was seen that compared to treatment with methotrexate that is considered as a placebo, less than 40% of the patients actually experience 50% improvement. And in the same time, they have some adverse effects. And that is maybe one of the reasons why a large portion of the patients actually quit using the treatment, stop using the treatment. So beside the non-responders, a large portion of the patients, RA patients, actually don't have any real advanced treatment and are then suffering the disease. So in the light of this, the Lipum founders discovered a protein that has a high presence at the site of inflammation. And this protein is called bile salt stimulated lipase, or in short, BSSL. And BSSL, we have been studying, they have been studying BSSL more or less all their academic life, but in another context. And it was more recently, it was discovered that BSSL is an overlooked target for treatment of inflammatory conditions. So for that reason, we have developed a therapeutic antibody, SOL-116, that is directed towards BSSL, and the idea is then by blocking BSSL, inflammation can be stopped. And to illustrate that this is a preclinical model, a collagen-induced arthritis model is a very well accepted model for rheumatoid arthritis. And in this case, when you treat mice with collagen, they develop arthritis. However, if you have mice that are genetically modified and not having any BSSL, so-called knockout mice, they actually are not affected at all, so they don't develop the arthritis. And this is, of course, very interesting, and when it was followed up with antibodies blocking BSSL, this is a Pristin-induced arthritis model where anti-BSSL antibodies are blocking BSSL, and then you can see that these animals were significantly less affected compared to the control. So summarizing then the IP situation for Lipum, at the foundation of the company, a patent was applied for the method of treating inflammation by blocking BSSL, and that has been granted on major markets. It's valid until 2030. And later on, we have a patent for the antibody itself and anti-BSSL antibodies, and we expect them to have intellectual property protection until 2040. So returning then to Lipum at a glance. Yeah, well, we are a clinical stage biopharmaceutical company. And this is based on more than 50 years of research on the target molecule BSSL at Umeå University. We were listed on Nasdaq First North in 2021. And as you can see on the valuation of the company's market cap, it's around about 80 million SEK. And we have more or less followed the index for the healthcare company on First North. We have an excellent team. This team have all of them are from the pharmaceutical industry, having experience of the drug development in different aspects. But in all, we have 4 full-time employees, and we have most of the team are then consultants that are on retainer. And also the board of directors have a nice spread of experience from research to business development within the pharma industry. And the shareholders, the shareholder list, if you take the shareholder ledger and look, then you are always confused by a large number of shareholders from the retirement funds and pension funds. But if you look more closely, you will see then that our main shareholder is the specialty life science investor Flerie Invest. And we have Christian Koenigsegg, and then also the founders and the management have a large portion of the shareholding in the company, together then with the Crawford Foundation and family. So these are major, long-term, very knowledgeable and interested major shareholders in the company. So what milestones have we reached then? Yeah, well, the company was founded in 2010, but you should say that the drug development started in 2016, and that was with the design of the therapeutic antibody SOL-116. This is a cell line development, then you have the cells, and you have a master cell bank, and finally you can do the good manufacturing practice manufacturing, and that all has obviously been done. In parallel, we have continued then the continue the preclinical work and preclinical verification, and also we run all the safety studies, and we could conclude that we had excellent safety. In the final was a 12-week GLP study. And all this, okay, summarized then in a clinical trial application last fall, so we could start clinical trial phase 1 in October 2022. And once we start then clinical trial, then we have an interesting statistics to look at, namely that biologicals that enters into phase 2 have a significantly higher probability to reach and get a market approval compared to a small molecule. That the odds are increased by probably because of the high specificity of antibody directed towards the target, in this case then BSSL. So now we have the clinical program running. We are in phase 1, the SAD part. SAD means single ascending dose part, so that means that each individual only get 1 dose. These healthy volunteers were divided into 5 different groups with 8 in each group, 2 getting placebo, 2 getting active drug, and in between the groups then the concentration, the dosing was increased by a factor of 3, and we have seen absolutely no adverse effect whatsoever. The safety seems to be very, very good. So now we have concluded, although this is still blinded data, we have concluded that the pharmacokinetic of SOL-116 is exactly what we projected. We have a long half-life, meaning that we in the future will be able to have an injectable that can be dosed like once a month, and that is what we are aiming for in our target product profile. We have then the final group in this SAD study, and that the final group consists of 8 RA patients. So that means, and this is a little bit odd, that we include then patients already in this phase 1 study. And these RA patients then will provide us very, very interesting data, because it will enable us to monitor the levels of cytokines, pro-inflammatory cytokines, the level of the target molecule BSSL, and other markers on inflammation, and compare that with the healthy controls. And we believe that data will guide us in the design of the forthcoming phase 2 study. But in the phase 1, you also have a section where you have multi-ascending dose, meaning that the same individual, the same healthy volunteer, gets several doses. And that was actually planned to start in January next year, but now, because of the nice outcome so far in the phase 1 study, we have planned to try to schedule that earlier. So we intend to start the MAD part already after the summer, and that will save us time, and that will also save us money. And that is basically because of the positive outcome of the study so far. So altogether, this means that we by the end of the year, we will probably have all the data we need to plan for the phase 2 study to start during 2024. However, I should make a reservation, because in clinical studies you don't know before you start. So the MAD, the multi-ascending part, could be 2 groups, and then that will obviously take some longer time. But so far, everything looks very positive. And all this is exactly in line with our strategy. We are moving through the safety studies, and then we're aiming for proof of concept study in rheumatoid arthritis. But we see opportunities for a wide range of chronic inflammatory diseases. And that we study in the preclinical section. We look into preclinical models for other inflammatory diseases like SLE and the IBD diseases. We also learn more about the mode of action. For that reason, we have established collaborations with academic institutions, but we see also that there will be later on opportunities for joint development, and I'm sure there will be great business opportunity ahead. So why invest in Lipum then? Yeah, well, you can conclude that there is a very high medical need, not only in rheumatoid arthritis, but even more in some other chronic inflammatory conditions. We have identified a novel target molecule, BSSL, and we have developed, have in clinical phase, the antibody that is directed to a BSSL, and all this have we done for a market that is huge. Thank you for your attention.
Inga, thank you very much for such a nice presentation. Now we have a few minutes for questions. I would like to start asking you about BSSL as a protein. What kind of cells express in the inflammatory setting BSSL? Is it more like structural cells, or it's more like the inflammatory the immune system component of cellular component?
Yeah, well, BSSL was first discovered in breastfeeding. So it was present in the breast milk, and it was expressed from the mammary glands. And in the breast milk, it acts as an enzyme, so it hydrolyzes fat, and then it's for the infant, nutrition of the infant. And that was actually the founders' long-term research. But when they discovered that the BSSL also was in the circulation, they start to look for it and find it. Where is it formed? And actually then they started to look into liver samples because they thought it was formed in the liver. It wasn't, but in some liver samples there were very high level of BSSL. That turned out to be patients having fatty liver disease, which is an inflammatory condition. And that was one of the reasons why they started to connect the BSSL molecule. But now we know that it's formed in the pancreas. Okay. And in the circulation it's released from the neutrophils. It leaves the neutrophils and it binds to the monocyte, stimulate monocyte to migrate to the site of inflammation, and at the site then it maintains the inflammation. So the anti-Sol 116 should be a blocking antibody, blocking this BSSL, not to initiate migration by monocytes.
Yeah, okay. No, very interesting. And another question also again on BSSL. You showed the article in preclinical models, in mouse models for RA, and I was wondering the potential side effects that your lead candidate can have. In the article, they described that the knockout mice had like gastrointestinal problems and absorption of cholesterol. Of course, most probably this comes because it's a knockout animal. It's not like a blocking of the protein later in the adulthood. But can you let us know, or can you give us some color on the potential side effects?
Yeah. It's an advanced question, and but the founders of Lipum, the research team, they have very long experience of these knockout mice. And it's well known that these mice live just as long and are just as healthy as wild-type mice. And that makes us believe that blocking BSSL will not have an immunosuppressant effect. Yeah. However, when these are, the mice are in the infancy state, then they know that it takes a little bit longer for them to gain weight because they don't have this enzyme hydrolyzing fat. But at some time, other enzymes take that job from BSSL, and then the mice then they become normal as the wild type mice. And then, I mean, this is also actually, it was mentioned anecdotal. This is not. This is something that has been seen by the scientists, that these mice are just as healthy, and it makes us believe that we will not have an immunosuppressant effect.
Very interesting. And one question in your clinical trial now, as you pointed out, you will recruit RA patients in your phase 1. What kind of data can the market expect from that? Are you going to present something in efficacy, or it's more biomarker related?
Yeah, that's good. You mentioned. I tried to push this down because there are 8 patients. There's 6 that will get 1 dose. You cannot talk about efficacy in that. The great thing with that is that we will get information that will be valuable in the design of forthcoming studies. We hope, of course, to see differences in these in the pro-inflammatory cytokines between the healthy volunteers and the patients. We know already from biobank sample, we know that there is a correlation between the level of BSSL, talking about RA patients, the level of BSSL and the activity of the disease. So if they are in a relapse, they have higher concentration during remission, it decreases. And of course, these things we want to see ourselves in real life, in real patients, now when we have the opportunity. But no one should expect efficacy data, no.
Okay. Great to know. And one final question. You mentioned that BSSL has been overlooked through the last years. Now you're working with BSSL in RA. Is there any other company working in the space of BSSL even outside RA?
Now this is very interesting for me because I'm a medical doctor or an entrepreneur, and I've been very often the most interesting thing are when you have orthogonal discoveries. They were working in pediatrics, they find something in inflammation, and that means that no one else work with BSSL or have identified BSSL as a target. And I think that is one of the criteria for really potentially successful discoveries when you are in a field where the drawback, of course, is where we are not helped by others. Yeah. We don't have big pharmas. And if I look on my story, I started in Lipum in 2016, and the first time I went to industry meeting, they looked at me that I came from the moon, and I was talking about something that they didn't want to listen. When we started the phase 1 study last fall, now big major pharma companies actually monitor and want to have reports and ask for the next inflection point and so forth. So now they are really interested, of course. But we have to teach them.
Great. No, Einar, thank you very much for your nice presentation and for being here with us today.
Thank you.
The next company presenting today is Nykode, a leading biotech company working in the space of DNA vaccines. Nykode has recently presented very interesting data, survival data, in cervical cancer using their lead asset VB1016. And with us, we have here today Michael Ensik, the CEO. Michael, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gonzalo, and thanks to ABG for inviting us to this conference. Can I have the next slide, please? Just a quick look at the forward-looking statements. We assume you're all familiar with those. So on that notice, we'll move forward to the next slide, please. And just to give you an introduction to Nykode, for those of you who are not familiar with the story, Nykode Therapeutics is a clinical stage immunotherapy company entirely dedicated to exploiting our unique proprietary immunotherapy platform, which in one sentence targets the antigens to the antigen-presenting cells, which in turn generates a strong, an unprecedented strong and broad CD8 T cell response, which we've shown to be correlated with clinical responses across various solid tumors. The technology, and I'll take you a little bit deeper into that one in a couple of slides, is modular in its construction, which gives us a high degree of versatility, which means that we can easily incorporate new antigens into the technology, and we can easily adapt it to new disease areas. So we've taken it from oncology into infectious diseases, and I have taken also the first step into the field of autoimmunity. We are dedicated to rapidly advance our wholly owned lead asset VB1016, for which we reported positive survival data from the VB-C-02 in advanced cervical cancer patients last month. We have also indicated that the next step in advanced cervical cancer will be a potential registrational trial, the so-called CO4 trial, and we'll initiate that trial towards the end of 2023. And we have also announced that we are taking the first step to expand this program into head and neck with the so-called CO3 trial that we are planning to initiate in this first half of 2023. The last study we are running in collaboration with Merck, who are providing Keytruda. Nykode believes in partnerships, and we've entered a number of transformative partnerships for the company. Here, I just emphasize the two first one with Genentech and Regeneron, two sizable out-licensing deals that together gave us potentially more than $1.6 billion in milestone, plus, of course, royalties on sale. We're well capitalized with a cash position of more than $180 million at the end of first quarter, and we are listed at the main list at this Oslo Stock Exchange. If we take the next slide. So we've been focusing on building up the company over the last 4 years and expanding it with a solid management team with a long track record, a long successful track record in drug discovery and drug development. Latest newcomer is Klaus Edvardsen, our Chief Development Officer, who joined from a position of Chief Development Officer from CureVac. So very relevant experience for us to have on board. If we have the next slide, please. Quick look at the pipelines just to show the richness and diversity of our technology. So I already told you briefly about VB1016, our wholly owned lead asset, but in addition to that, we also are running the individualized cancer vaccine in collaboration with Genentech, where we're currently running a phase 1 trial testing VB10-NEO in combination with atezolizumab in 2 different doses. I'll give you a little bit more heads up on our introduction to that one in a couple of slides. And then also bring your attention to the program we run with Regeneron, which covers both oncology and infectious diseases. If we take the next slide. So briefly on the technology, on the left side here, you see the molecule that is at the core of our technology, and we call that the Vaccibody molecule. It's protein in its active form, and it consists of 3 different domains. The antigen unit in the bottom of the figure here, which is what you'll find in any vaccine technology. Then we have the dimerization unit, and then at the top we have the targeting unit. And the targeting unit is, in essence, really the secret sauce of our technology. So it fulfills 2 purposes in the clinical programs we run right now. First of all, it attracts the APCs, so it's a chemoattractant for the APCs. That means when we inject it and it's secreted into an environment, it attracts APCs, an influx of those. And furthermore, once it binds to the surface of the APCs, it'll be internalized. And because we use this specific targeting unit, it will activate the so-called cross-presentation pathway that leads to CD8 activation, not just the classical pathway that typically leads to CD4 activation. Now, we formulate and produce and formulate our product in plasmids, which are administered into the muscles via a needle-free jet injector. And once the plasmid is taken up by the cells, it gets translated and secreted into its active form as the vaccibody protein molecule. Next slide, please. So we'll spend a little bit more time going through the positive data we reported a month ago, and as Gonzalo said, very positive survival data. And next slide, please. This slide just shows the structure of our VB10.16. So you see it follows the same generic structure of our vaccibody molecules with the antigen unit in the bottom and the CCL3L1 targeting unit in the top. The antigens we've built into the VB10.16 molecule is the full-length E7 and E6 from the HPV16 virus. This program is still wholly owned by Nykode, so we have entered a couple of collaborations with this, but we have not given away any of the commercial rights for this program to any partner. Next slide, please. So a bit on HPV16-driven cancer types, which constitutes a huge unmet medical need, not only in cervical cancer, which in particular is an unmet need with a 5-year survival of less than 5%, but also in head and neck, which constitute approximately 46% of the HPV16-driven cancer types annually. And then we have a group of additional cancer types, anal, vulva, vaginal, and penile. So in together, between these cancer types, we are looking at approximately 160,000 new HPV-driven cancer types each year in the US and Europe. So people might speculate with the emergence of the prophylactic HPV16 vaccines, what does that mean for the forecast of the incidence? And some might say, disappointingly, we are still looking at an increased incidence of HPV-related cancer types in the developed market. And that is due to mainly a low uptake of the prophylactic vaccines, as well as a not perfect efficacy of these vaccines. So we are looking at a persistent unmet need and a unmet medical need and a market for HPV16, at least for the next 2 to 3 decades. Next slide, please. So the VB-CO2, which we report positive data from, is a single-arm trial enrolling patients with advanced cervical cancer. We enrolled 52 patients, treated them for 12 months, and then followed them for another 12 months afterwards without treatment. Next, they received treatment with VB10.16 in combination with the checkpoint inhibitor from Roche Genentech, atezolizumab. Next slide, please. So this slide just tries to put the results into a perspective before we actually show the results. So in other words, what would good look like when you see the results? And we've shown the results from Keytruda and Libtayo in the PD-L1 positive patient segment, as well as Tivdak. Keytruda and Libtayo we show you because they give you a feeling for what a checkpoint monotherapy would do in this patient population that we've been investigating. And recall again, we did it in combination with atezolizumab, but atezolizumab have not reported the data for the PD-L1 positive subgroup. The PD-L1 positive subgroup is interesting for us because that's the patient population we will be pursuing in the next step of our clinical development. So we have a special focus on this patient population. You'll see from this slide here that Keytruda and Libtayo gives a median overall survival between 11 to 13.9 months and a median progression-free survival of between 2.1 to 3 months. Now, Tivdak is interesting because that is the product we'll be running into competition with should we be so fortunate to reach the market. And Tivdak in the patient population, here we don't single out PD-L1 positive because Tivdak's mechanism of action is PD-L1 status agnostic. But Tivdak have, in these patients, shown a median overall survival of 12.1 month and a median progression-free survival of 4.2 months. So that means that we think anything higher than 4 months on the progression-free survival and 14 months on the overall survival is really a good result. Can I have the next slide, please? So short on the patient disposition here, I just want to emphasize two things. One is the distribution of PD-L1 positive patients. We had almost 50% of PD-L1 positive patients in this trial. You would, if you went out to sample the population, probably find a slightly higher proportion of PD-L1 positive patients in the population. We typically see between 70, 80 to 90% of the patients. The other point to look for here is the median age of these patients here, 47.5. So we are talking about women in their prime age. We're not talking about elderly people. So this is a patient group that it's important to actually provide new treatment alternatives for. Next slide, please. On the safety, and again, we've seen this consistently across our different clinical programs, a very benign safety profile. On this one here, we typically say that the safety profile we see here corresponds more or less to what you would expect to see with a checkpoint inhibitor monotherapy alone, meaning that the addition of VB10.16 to this treatment here does not shift the adverse event profile in any significant way. This is important not just for the patients that we're treating here, but also when considering where we intend to position VB10.16 in the future, both as a competitor to Tivdak, which does have a black box warning, but also if we want to take VB10.16 into the earlier disease stage settings. Next slide, please. So this is a high-level overview of the results before we dip deeper. You'll see all comers on the left, all patients, and you'll see the PD-L1 positive patients on the right, which were 24 patients in this study here. And again, emphasizing overall response rate of 19%, the all comers increases to 29% in the PD-L1 positive. And remember, we do have a special focus on PD-L1 positive patients for our future development stages here. Also, median progression-free survival of 4.1 in the all-comers and 6.3 in the PD-L1 positive, and median overall survival of 16.9 in the all-comers, and not reached in this study yet in the PD-L1 positive, meaning estimated more than 25 months. So if you compare this one to the previous slide that said anything above 4-month PFS and 14-month overall survival, we here have 6.3 and more than 25. So we do think this constitutes a very strong signal of clinical activity. Next slide, please. So here we just show you the spaghetti plots or the individual responses for the patients. Here we split it into the so-called non-responders by RECIST criteria and the responders in the orange here. And what we'd like to emphasize with this one here is the very long durability we see with these patients here. And you just saw the numbers on the previous slides here. And in particular, if you look at the so-called non-responders by the RECIST criteria on the left, the patients that we have stabilized, so they've not reached the point where they are categorized as a responder by the ORR criteria, but they are indeed stabilized for a very, very long period, which for many of these patients who do not have any other treatment alternatives and would be within the span of half a year start progressing when on no other treatment. Just stabilizing them through this trial here and onwards is indeed a clinical benefit for these patients here. If we have the next slide, please. Here we show you the median overall survival, all comers on the left, 16.9, and on split by PD-L1 status on the right. Here again, emphasizing the not reached status for the PD-L1 positive. With PD-L1 negative, we are at 7.3 months. And again, here just want to emphasize, although we are focusing the next step on the PD-L1 positive patient population, we certainly do see interesting signals also in the PD-L1 negative patient population. So we will not be forgetting this patient population, but in terms of priority, we're going to focus on the positive. Can I have the next slide, please? Very interesting for those of you who are focused also on the translational science. This is a set of experiments that we think you should expect to see for any cancer vaccine, but we see a lot of cancer vaccine results that fail to show this particular correlation. Here we show the correlation between antigen-specific immune response in the patients and the clinical outcome. And you see whether we look at it in total numbers or in fold change, a very strong and significant correlation between the patient's immune response and the clinical outcome. These are just the first data that we've shown. We are running additional analysis on these kind of immunogenicity results and hope to be updating the market over the coming month further, so we can all better understand the effect and mechanism of action of the VB10.16, but very, very encouraging data that really underlines that what we see in this trial is due to the effect of VB10.16. Next slide, please. So just summing up again, the results. On the left side here, you have the results from our PD-L1 positive group of VB10.16 plus atezolizumab. Then you have the two monotherapy results from checkpoint inhibitors, the only two that have been disclosed in the same patient population. And you see 6.3 PFS from VB10.16 plus atezolizumab compared to 2.1 and 3 months with checkpoint monotherapy. And overall survival not reached versus 11 months and 13.9 months, again, for the monotherapies. Then looking at TIVDAK on the right, again, also here you see a very competitive outcome with 6.3 versus 4.2, and not reached, meaning more than 25 versus 12.1. So if we have the next slide here, just go one back. We again, as I mentioned before, feel this is a very strong indication of a long-lasting, durable clinical effect of VB10.16 plus atezolizumab. Next slide, please. Just giving you a feeling for the next step for this program here. As mentioned, we are moving further with full speed in the advanced cervical cancer field. We feel obligated to take this forward as fast as possible and try to make it available to patients on the market. So we'll be starting the CO4 in the fourth quarter of 2023. This is a potential registrational trial. And we'll be running this trial in collaboration with the GOG, which is the leading network of clinicians in US. And we'll be enrolling patients who are refractory to the first-line treatment in US, which is checkpoint inhibitor plus chemotherapy plus minus bevacizumab. We are also, as I said, taking the first step into head and neck with CO3, which is going to test different doses of VB10.16 in combination with checkpoint inhibitor, in this case, Keytruda from Merck. And we are hoping to start this trial also in the first half of 2023. Then just to mention, we've not given up on the additional patient segments here. We do think these data here really warrants an assessment into the early stage settings of the adjuvant setting. And we also think that at some point we need to be looking at the PD-L1 negative patient population. Next slide. And just summing up again what I also said, we do think these findings indicate a potential differentiating and long-lasting anti-tumor response pattern of this combination of VB10.16 together with atezolizumab. Let's move on in the interest of time. One more. So again, highlighting our individualized cancer vaccines. One more slide, please. Which, in the light of the recent data from Moderna, as well as the data from pancreatic cancer from BioNTech, have caused a resurgence in the interest. So Nykode is developing our individualized cancer vaccine in combination with Genentech. We consider them to be the leading pharma company in the areas of individualized cancer vaccine. The N-01 trial we started before we did the partnership with Genentech. The N-02 trial we started in collaboration with Genentech, which is exploring different doses of VB10.NEO in combination with atezolizumab. And this is a basket trial, so we're enrolling more than 10 different cancer types into this trial here. Next slide, please. So we do think that our Vaccibody technology with VB10.NEO constitute a potential leading technology in the space of personalized cancer vaccine. First of all, we spent a lot of effort in training our algorithm to generate the unique, broad and strong CD8 T cell response we feel is necessary for a cancer vaccine. We also do think the DNA plasmid is the optimal format for such a personalized cancer vaccine, not just because it's easier to manufacture, it's also easier to distribute, it's easier to administer to the patients. And for everything we see, we have a very competitive benign safety profile with this technology. Let's move on to the next slide. So just a quick look at the data we reported towards the end of last year, and these are relevant these days where the field is trying to discern what the various technologies used in the personalized cancer vaccine field can give in terms of immunogenicity. And what we showed last year from the N01 trial is that with the patients we've enrolled in this trial, 100% of the patients do show an immune response to at least 3 neoepitopes at one point during the trial. And this is, as far as we can see, very competitive to what other players have reported. On average, we see 53% of the epitopes that our algorithm builds into the vaccine shows an immune response, also very competitive compared to what we've seen from the field. Next slide, please. Also very important, we see a strong CD8 T cell response. This is also something we will be looking for going forward. Mind you, we are not saying it needs to be a CD8 only, but at least we need to have a very strong component of CD8. You also from this slide see a strong CD4 activation with our technology. So we do believe our technology is optimal positioned to generate the right type of response that are necessary for an effective cancer vaccine. Next slide, please. Few words on the autoimmune platform, going one step further. So we've announced that we're taking our technology into the field of autoimmune diseases. And this slide here is comparable to the one you saw with the mechanism of action for the cancer vaccines and the infectious diseases. Here we are basically changing the effects of the vaccine by changing the targeting unit and by adding fourth module. It could be cytokines that have an immune dampening effect on the systems and building in antigens where the patients have a pre-existing autoimmune response. And by doing that, we will be targeting the tolerogenic dendritic cells instead of the normal dendritic cells. And we'll be then activating the regulatory T cells, which again, in principle, will lead to a dampening of a pre-existing immune response. And we've already shown the ability to activate an increasing number of antigen-specific regular T cells from preclinical results that we reported earlier. And we are looking forward to update the market on progress in the third quarter this year. Next slide. So we're not stopping there. We've now given you a feeling for where we see this technology applied in the area of antigen-specific stimulation or inhibition of immune responses, but we can take it further into new modalities, new ways of using our technology and our experience and unique know-how of combining different modules together to achieve unique effects in immune systems. One of them is, of course, to use the technology as an in situ expression machine to complement or substitute certain cytokines. Next slide, please. One forward. And I just have 2 slides left. Looking at the next 12 months, we are looking at a very interesting year, in particular in the name of VB10.16. So we're working hard on starting the first trial in head and neck. We are working hard at finalizing the trial design for CO4, the next step in advanced cervical cancer. We are in discussions with the FDA on how this one should be designed. This, as we've indicated, will be a potential registrational trial. Then we've also said that we will be putting a name and an indication to the next development candidate from our undisclosed oncology program. We'll be doing that. The first quarter, we'll be updating on survival data from the CO2 trial, first quarter 2024. And then we are looking forward to update you a bit on the autoimmune program in the third quarter this year. Final slide. And again, as mentioned, Nyko Therapeutics is well capitalized right now. We have cash position we had a cash position of more than $180 million at the end of first quarter, which takes us a couple of years into the future in terms of runway. And again, emphasizing also that, as I said, we are listed on the main list in Oslo, but have also indicated an intention to, or that we have initiated a process to explore a potential listing at the US Nasdaq Global Markets. I think that was my last slide, Gonzalo. So we're open for questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Michael, for your nice presentation. We have time for a couple of questions now. The first one, you have shown very impressive data so far using VB1016 in combination with Tecentriq, with atezolizumab. However, for your registrational trial, the one upcoming by the end of the year, you haven't announced yet the checkpoint inhibitor that you will use in combination with your vaccine. I was wondering, is there any reason to believe that choosing another checkpoint inhibitor, for example, instead of a PD-L1 inhibitor, a PD-1 inhibitor, would have a higher, could induce a higher efficacy or a lower efficacy? I mean, a little bit of a couple of words on that, if possible.
Yeah, I think we in general belong to the school that thinks that the checkpoint inhibitors are more or less interchangeable, more or less. So we do see small differences between them, but overall, I think we feel they give sort of the same results in the various trials. There is one argument to be made for the checkpoint inhibitors for CO4 specifically, because we are going to be testing patients who have already been exposed to pembrolizumab as the first-line treatment in the US, pembrolizumab plus chemotherapy plus minus bevacizumab. So there is at least a theoretical argument to be made that you should maybe not use pembrolizumab for that trial. But I think it is to some extent speculative and not necessarily a mission-critical argument.
Great, thank you very much. And a second and final question. You recently presented at AACR immunogenicity data on T-cell responses using your VB10 Neo platform, the one that you're co-developing with Roche. What you show there is that independently of the tumor mutational burden, you have immune responses, it's very positive. And I was wondering if you could give us some color on what is the algorithm or the mechanism to discover neoepitopes with the platform that you have, and how that differentiate with other competitors.
Yeah, one of the things we learned very, very early in the development of our individualized cancer vaccines is that the choice of epitopes is very technology specific. So you want to build different set of epitopes into a vaccibody technology compared to what you want to build into a peptide or an RNA technology. And that's why we took the decision very early on to not go with one of the off-the-shelf algorithms, but really in building up our internal algorithm and expertise in selecting these epitopes. So it is a very complex system of different algorithms and softwares that are put together that creates what we call the pipelines, that takes the full genome sequencing from the patients, both from the tumor type and from the healthy blood, and does in comparison, it identifies the specific somatic mutations from the patient, which we then rank according to a long number of criteria. And again, we built this up over the years. We started with the preclinical setting, then we added all the learnings from the clinical setting into it now, and are today very happy with the way it comes out and the corresponding results we see in terms of T-cell activation, both CD8 and CD4. So it's a very complex set of algorithms that we built into our pipeline, Gonzalo, and it is specific. You could not take the same algorithm and use it for an mRNA technology, and we could not use or didn't want to use the algorithm for an RNA technology to select our epitopes. We really think this is a core competence of having a solid personalized cancer vaccine technology. Did that answer the question?
Yes, you did. Thank you very much, Michael, for being here today with us and for your nice presentation.
Thank you very much, Gonzalo. My pleasure.
Thank you, and welcome back here to ABG Life Science Summit. My name is Morten Larsen. I'm a healthcare analyst here with ABG. And with us now, I have great pleasure to introduce Camurus and CEO Fredrik Tiberg. Fredrik, will you take it away?
Thank you so much. Yes, and thank you for inviting us to present the Camurus story today. I have some difficulty in seeing the screen here, so potentially I can only see part of the slide. Oh, we'll move forward. Anyway, thank you very much for inviting us, and please move ahead to the next slide, please. So before entering the discussion and presentation, I would just like to alert you to our forward-looking statements. Next slide, please. So for those of you who are not familiar to Camurus, we are a Swedish listed company focused on the development of long-acting medications for treatment of chronic and severe disease conditions. We have been in business for over 20 years now, and we are a rapidly growing commercial stage company, leaders in opioid dependence treatment since the approval of our Buvidal weekly and monthly depots. Aside from the commercial franchise, which is growing, we also have an advancing late-stage pipeline with blockbuster potential and prospects for multiple new approvals in the coming years, both in CNS, but more importantly right now in rare disease indications. We have, during the last few years since our first launch in 2019 with opioid dependence, we have had a strong financial development and performance and entered profitability for the first time in 2022. As I mentioned before, listed on Nasdaq, our ticker is CAMX. We are currently, here you can see 190 employees, but at this present stage we are over 200 people in the organization, of which approximately half are in commercial positions around the world, mainly in Australia and Europe, and the other half is in R&D and administration. Moving over to the next slide. So those of you who are following us, we have had a very good news here over the last week with the advent of the approval of Brixadi, which is the US trade name for Buvidal in the US for treatment of opioid use disorder, and I will come back to this later on in the presentation, but this was of course a major breakthrough for us after a number of years and our partner in the US, Braeburn Pharmaceuticals. Next slide, please. So looking at our recent progress and also going into near-term milestones, as I mentioned earlier, from an organizational and financial performance standard, we have delivered very strong numbers, high double-digit year-on-year revenue growth. We became, for the first time in our history, profitable in 2022, full-year results. And at this stage, we are sitting on a comfortable cash position of around 600 million SEK and waiting for a significant contribution to that due to the approval in the US. And we have as a company no debt at present. Since our first launch in 2019, I mentioned we developed a leading position in long-acting opioid dependence treatment in the EU and Australia, where we have markets with very high market share, but overall I think we have a leading position in all markets on long-acting medications. We have delivered strong sales growth month on month, quarter on quarter, and year on year since 2019. And we have also, during this time period, strengthened our evidence base for our treatment. And we have also strong further potential in terms of label expansion and geographic expansion. And here, of course, the US is one important component where Brixadi was approved just over the course of the last week. In addition to that, we have on the pipeline side 4 phase 3 studies in rare disease indications that are moving forward. and expecting to deliver the first results only in the next month. So move to the next slide, please. So having given a short overview of the company, I just want to go into the opioid dependence area, which is an area of high unmet medical need. And as you can see in this image here on the right-hand side, one of the reasons for this is, of course, the escalating overdose epidemic that is occurring in the US, but also on many other geographies like Scotland and the UK. In the US, only in 2022, we had 80,000 overdose deaths. So this is a very significant contribution to the fact that the US, for the first time in many, many decades, are starting to have a shortened life expectancy. So it's the largest society burden of all drugs, illicit drugs, and there is a high need for better access to care and new treatment alternatives. Another important observation in this space is that there are current limitations, or there are significant limitations with current daily medications, which are the competitors to our long-acting treatment. Next slide, please. So basically, we have developed a product, or it's actually two products. It's a weekly and monthly subcutaneous buprenorphine, which allows individualized treatment of opioid dependence within the framework of medical and social and psychological treatment in adults and adolescents. It's a product that has, over the course of the clinical development and also in real life, shown significant benefits both to patients and society, partly through the fact that we have delivered superior treatment outcomes in our clinical trials, not only for opioid dependence and opioid use, but also for patient satisfaction, where we have done head-to-head studies against standard of care. And many other important aspects here, like blockade of subjective opioid effects and reduction of burden and improvement of quality of life for patients. From a societal perspective, this product is also important as it decreases the risk of diversion and misuse of medications. Over to the next slide, please. So here is just an example of what we have delivered over the course of the last 2 years in Europe, Australia, and MENA, where we are presently operating from a commercial standpoint. As you can see on the right-hand side, we have had continuous growth and market penetration, and we are now the leading long-acting product across all markets in our territories. Only in Europe and in the Nordics and Australia, we have more than 20% of all treated patients, up to almost 70% in Finland. We have for some time been a little bit slower in the uptake in the smaller markets, but over the last quarter, we had an important change in the UK, where we have now exceeded 5% of patient share. Totally, we have almost 40,000 patients now in treatment with Buvidal as of the end of the first quarter. We're continuing to expand into new markets. We have had approvals in Saudi Arabia and Egypt just before Christmas, and we had a recent market authorization also in United Arab Emirates, and moving into other countries like Greece, where we recently had reimbursement approved. One important area for Buvidal and with significant potential is the criminal justice system, where we have significant market share in Australia, but also seeing positive development in Europe. So moving to the next slide. Of course, we have now spoken about, I would say, the smaller markets on a global basis, and with the advent of the Brixadi approval, we have the whole US opening up, which is, of course, a very significant contribution. In the US, the product will be commercialized by our partner, Braeburn Pharmaceuticals, and they are just in the process of preparing for launch. There is a significant opportunity, as you can see on the right-hand side. Almost 10 million people in the US misuse opioids. of these, almost 3 million are diagnosed with opioid use disorder. And of these, only 1.8 million are currently in treatment. There are some positive market dynamics, especially the fact that legislation is changing, making it easier for patients to access OUD treatment in the US, and also easier for providers of medications to, from a logistical and market access perspective. We believe that our product, Brixadi, is very well differentiated and positioned, and therefore we think that there is a big market opportunity in the US. Moving over to the next slide, please. Some of the recent initiatives that have happened is that President Biden has a clear agenda for combating the opioid epidemic. There has been improved access, as I mentioned, to treatment in the US through new waivers, or through the removal of complicated data, 2,000 waivers. And also we are seeing more funding into the treatment system. Again, as in Europe, the criminal justice system represents a significant opportunity. Next slide, please. So here is just a forecast of the market expectations. We are expecting the US market to grow up to $3.5 billion in the next 5 years. And most of this growth is going to be driven by long-acting medications, buprenorphine medications. And you can see here that currently the annual growth rate is around 35%. And we are expecting the market to already 2028 reach almost $2 billion. And we're hoping that a significant part of that will be Brixadi sales. So currently, I think in perspective, long-acting medications only represent 3 to 5% of the treated population. Moving over to a new program and what is maybe the near-term future for the company. Next slide, please. Oh, maybe I should say that just before finishing the discussion here is that one of the things that we think is so strong with Buvidal is, of course, and Brixadi, is that it's very well differentiated. And you can see here that we have both weekly and monthly dosing opportunities, and of course also strong clinical data supporting the treatment. Next slide, please. So in addition to our commercial franchise and growing geographical presence, we also have a broad and diversified mid to late stage pipeline, as you can see here, with programs from phase 3 down to more early developments. Next slide, please. Here, one of the most important one is our long-acting medication, octreotide SC depot, under assessment for three rare disease indications: acromegaly, which is a growth hormone disease; gastroenteropancreatic neuroendocrine tumors, which is a cancer in the gastrointestinal system; and polycystic liver disease, PLD. This product is designed for enhanced efficacy and patient convenience. Next slide, please. As you can see here, somatostatin analogs, of which CAM2029 is one, is the first-line treatment currently for both acromegaly and neuroendocrine tumors, with established safety and efficacy profile. We believe that CAM2029 has a best-in-class treatment potential in this area, as I mentioned before, partly through to the increased convenience and opportunity of self-administration with a state-of-the-art pen device, but also because of the fact that we can deliver much higher exposure of the pharmaceutical active ingredient. This is a market with very strong positive market dynamics, and current global sales of somatostatin analogs is of the order $3 billion. Next slide, please. We have a very big phase 3 program advancing 2 phase 3 trials in acromegaly, one in gastroenteropancreatic neuroendocrine tumors, and that's so far the biggest study that has been conducted in this area. And then we have a phase 2/3 study called Positano in polycystic liver disease, where there is currently no treatment available. Next slide, please. I mentioned earlier, and I will just briefly touch on this, is that our product delivers very high exposure. And we believe this is one of the reasons why we can and are hopeful to achieve improved treatment outcomes, especially in the neuroendocrine tumor disease area. Next slide, please. So the clinical status right now in our different indications moving forward: acromegaly, we have the AcroInnova program ongoing, and we have just completed the first phase 3 trial in terms of clinical treatment, and are about to clean up the database and prepare for database lock. Top-line results will be delivered towards the end of June, and we are hopeful that this will be a very interesting development for both this program and the company, of course. And we are then targeting to submit regulatory applications towards the end of 2023 and early 2024 in the US and Europe. SORENTO is the study program in neuroendocrine tumors. Here we have achieved 50% recruitment in our big phase 3 trial, which is aiming to recruit 302 patients. Things have been going very well, and we have encouraging feedback from the clinics around the world. It's around 100 clinics across from Australia up to Canada. So it's a very big undertaking for us as a relatively small company to conduct this study. And then finally, the polycystic liver disease area, we are 2/3 or 1/3 of the way in recruitment, and we'll have results coming in 2024. Next slide, please. Of course, we are nearing NDA submissions and regulatory submissions, and that means we are also preparing for launches, which are expected to occur towards the end of 2024. Manufacturing preparations and so forth are completed for CAM2029. Stability studies are still ongoing, though, and the commercial setup is being prepared, both for EU and Australia, and also in the US, where we are aiming to commercialize CAM2029 ourselves. And here we are aiming to have a commercial organization up and running by the mid of 2024, ready for launch. And in addition, of course, we are conducting various medical affairs initiatives and participating in the transfer of medical information to the medical community. Next slide, please. So we see very significant market potential for CAM2029. It has blockbuster potential only in the neuroendocrine tumor indications. And all in all, our third-party market research indicates a total potential of around $2 billion in peak sales. So this is one of the important steps the company is taking going forward. And over to the next slide, please, and a short summary. Key takeaways for Camurus in May 2023 is that we had a strong start of the year. We had strong, robust top and bottom line growth. Brixadi was finally, and I'm very, very enthusiastic to this, approved in the US for opioid use disorder treatment on the 23rd of May. Buvidal market penetration and expansion continues. And finally, we are looking forward to phase 3 results for our new innovative product, CAM2029, in late June. So with that said, I'm finished with my presentation, and I'm happy to take questions along with John, our CFO. He was here in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fredrik. Very thoughtful and fulfilling a presentation, and obviously a company with a lot on its plate very near term. I hope I may switch back a little to what appears to be the main value driver in the near term, i.e. Brixadi. You talked about your very impressive uptake in Europe so far, where you've seen market shares between 20% and up to 70% in Finland. Obviously, it indicates a drug that is very well received, but also a drug where there is very market dependent on what uptake you are seeing. Can you add some flavor on how you see the drivers for market share in individual markets, and obviously how we should read this going into, well, the US market?
Yeah, I think one thing to consider with Buvidal and Brixadi is, of course, that it's to many degrees, it's a transformative treatment in this area. There has not been much innovation, so I would say over the last 20 years, there's very little innovation, and that means that it takes time to inform and kind of adopt to these type of new treatments in this space. And that process is different for different geographies, you could say. I mean, certainly we see that the Nordics and Australia has been markets where we have had quick adoption, partly, I think, because of the medical community being prepared for the treatment, but also because the treatment system and the payer system, I should say, is relatively uncomplicated and straightforward market access. But then every market has its own dynamics, and I think we are slowly working through each market and its different hurdles. And the general direction is pointing, you know, the same for all markets, but it's definitely a big difference in the uptake rate. I don't know, John, would you like to fill anything in there?
Well, fully aligned with you, Frederick. The main, as Frederick is saying, Buvidal is transformational once the value of the medicine is understood and perceived by the prescribers. The uptake, provided finding is available, is quicker. Some countries they go faster, some countries they go slower. But it's a transformational drug, so we are positive to its penetration.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to push you a little bit more on this one into the the possibilities on the US market. Maybe first, can you talk about your collaboration with Braeburn and how you feel they are as a commercial partner for this drug, and how you feel they're positioned to drive up to maybe 70% market share?
Well, I think that is overambitious. I mean, certainly, if you're looking at the current sales so we have one competitor in the space, Indivior, and just to put that in perspective, the only market where we have, you know, coexistence for a long time has been Australia there. And in Australia, currently, we are sitting on around 80% of the market share, with the remaining 20% then for our competitors. So we have been doing very well in the markets where we have, you know, competition at this stage. US is, of course, different, and there are many things, everything from market access to distribution systems that has to be aligned. I think one of the good things for Braeburn Pharmaceuticals is that they have been able to watch the development, and we're seeing that Indivior has done very good inroads with Sublocade. They are only having a market share of around 4%. Currently, I would say between 3 and 5%, but that represents sales of around 450 million last year, and I think they are targeting up to around 600 million this year. So it's a good development. I believe that there is definitely big room for two products here, and I think that will in both cases drive uptake rather than the contrary, because of the low share of long-acting medications in the US market at present. So increasing the visibility of long-acting medications in the US is going to be an important contribution to the long-term growth. Braeburn, I cannot go into there. Of course, it's at this stage sensitive information, but I do believe that they will have the necessary resources to be competitive in this space in the US market.
Roger that. If I may just follow on, because obviously you guys are seen as a opioid dependency company, but you also put a lot of spotlight on the very heavy pipeline that you have going and the many interesting near-term news flow triggers. how is the company ready for all of this to happen right now? I mean, you're obviously seen as a company with opioid dependence. You have sales, you have a partner, but what is the investment case that we're really looking for here that you're positioning for the future? What would you advise investors to look at for Camurus? Do you think the pipeline is underappreciated in the equity markets? It's obviously not getting enough attention as it is. How do you see this discrepancy between the two very exciting things happening, one of them being less focused on in the markets?
Yeah, I think it's very true what you're saying is, of course, we are a small company and we are undertaking a very, very big growth journey. So we are very well aware of that. I think 3 years ago or 4 years ago, we were not an opioid dependence company. So we developed that infrastructure and competence and market knowledge in a short time period, with sales, from Australia up to the northern part of Norway and Finland. So we have a very functional and able commercial organization across those geographies, which we can use effectively also for our endocrine and also emerging oncology franchise. So I think there are challenges, but the infrastructure is available to us. And then our next journey is, of course, to build a US commercial structure. And we have already initiated that process, and we have clear plans for going ahead. And it is also fully financed right now by our current standing. So we see the challenges, but it's challenges that we are attracted to rather than the opposite.
Very good. I hope I can squeeze in one more question, if I may.
Yes.
You hint at geographical expansion. Could you just shed a few more words on what you mean by that?
You mean in terms of Buvidal?
Yes.
This is we have an ongoing expansion into MENA. So we had recent launches, for instance, in Saudi Arabia, and that expansion continues also into North Africa. We're also looking at other, maybe a little bit more peripheral markets across the world where we believe that Buvidal has a place and where there is a significant medical need and potential. And then, of course, the other thing is the US market opening up, although this will be commercialized by Braeburn.
Excellent. Fredrik, we're running out of time, but thanks for joining us here today and presenting this very interesting story. And with that, Fredrik, thank you very much for today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. Very happy now to have BONESUPPORT here with us. And we have the pleasure of having Emil Rydbeck, the CEO, and Håkan Johansson, the CFO, here to present BONESUPPORT for us. And I won't steal any of their time, but come back later for any Q&A. So go ahead, Emil and Håkan.
Thank you so much, Eric, and big thanks to ABGSC to hosting us today for this webinar or this digital broadcast. If we jump to the next slide, please. That will we have the disclaimers, of course, and then we start the presentation here. So just very short for those of you that are not familiar with BONESUPPORT yet. This is a company based in the south of Sweden, born out of university research and completely focused on a unique technology to heal bone injuries. So what is the product then? It's a ceramic biocomposite which has the ability to elute antibiotics. And what do you use it for? Well, it's a synthetic way of creating bone. We're the only company in the world that have managed to create the same material as bone, but outside of the body. And this can then be used to repair injuries in the body that cannot be healed by itself. So we're in commercial phase sales in the last 12 months, as reported after Q1, was 383 million. And an annual growth rate right now of 64%. In the last quarter, we grew with 80%. A healthy margin. And right now it's a very exciting stage in the company's history. So in October last year, we launched our product CERAMENT G, which contains gentamicin, a very well-known and commonly used antibiotics for orthopedic surgeries. We were the first product ever to be launched in the US. It's the first product ever to have been approved by the FDA, being a synthetic bone repair product that also elutes antibiotic. And this is critically important because the worst situation that can occur during these injuries is that an infection spreads through the bone tissue. And I will come back to that and also show some more data. So how come a small company like us can be the first ever into the US market and with several years beating the large orthopedic competition? It has to do with our legacy coming out of a science background, coming out of a research background, where there are more than 240 clinical and preclinical studies being made on CERAMENT and showing the unique benefits and the specific improvement in patient outcome. So as for once, there are level 1 clinical studies on CERAMENT showing that CERAMENT heals these skeleton injuries as well as if there would be a transplant of the patient's own bone. And on top of that, the most common reasons for needing this kind of surgery is an infected diabetic foot ulcer, or if the patient has been exposed to a severe traffic accident. And in these cases, CERAMENT has shown to significantly reduce the infection rate and also to make sure that the patient can avoid an amputation in up to 74% of the cases. So what I'm going to show you next is actually a study that were released last week. It just came out. It's a long-term follow-up of patients that have been engaged in a traffic accident. So if you go to the next slide, please. So this is a study that has followed patients that have been part of a severe traffic accident. It followed them for 4.5 years. This study is done by a group of scientists and clinicians in Manchester. And they started using CERAMENT G a couple of years ago, saw a dramatic improvement in patient outcome, and decided to do this, well, actually several clinical studies on the product to get statistical significant validated numbers on what the improvements really are. This study that was done on 81 patients saw that when the patients were treated with CERAMENT G, they could reduce the infection rate versus their previous records from the infection rate of about or up to 52%, all the way down to 3.7%. And the degree of infection is also very much correlated to the risk of amputation. And in this study, the authors could show that the amputation incidence or the amputation risk was reduced from 16% to only 3.7%. So on a population like this of 81 patients, that means that under normal conditions with standard of care historically, this group would have had about 13 amputations, and moving over to CERAMENT G, the amputations were reduced to only 3 for such a group. So that's quite some improvement, of course, which means a dramatic difference to those patients that have been able to save their limb, but also a great benefit to society to avoid that these patients go into early disability. On the next slide, I'm going to show you just how severe are these cases. When you introduce a breakthrough product like this, it's usually first adopted by the university clinics, and they normally have the most difficult cases. So the picture you see here is an X-ray of one of the patients that actually were in the study that we just showed. Above the picture here is the knee joint, and at the very bottom you can see the foot, and as you can see, the tibia is completely broken, completely scattered. And I made a circle here also. You can see there's a bone fragment that has been completely out of its place, and by the force of the traffic accidents, this leg has been, of course, severely damaged, with bone fragments being found in various different places of the bone. I would like also to give a bit of caution now for sensitive viewers, because I will also show a real life picture. So if you look away, those that do not like those kind of pictures are very sensitive to it. And if we can get the next layer, please. So this is what the patient looked like just after they came in. And this damage was so severe that they had to use a metal frame to stabilize the injury. So these are the kind of patients that CERAMENT is now currently to significantly help back to a normal life. So let's go to the next slide and see something more pleasant. To wrap up what's happening in the US right now, I'm sure that's what many people are curious about. CERAMENT G launched in October. We have the first patients being treated end of October. Those patients have now come back in Q1, and we're very pleased to see that the results of these patients has been broadly in line with what the clinical studies have validated previously. Sales in Q1 was 35 million, a number which honestly exceeded somewhat our expectations. And the reason for that is that there are more pilot trials with CERAMENT G than anticipated. And there's also a broader acceptance in the hospital contracts. So in total in the US, there's about 420 hospital contracts, and we have already, after 1.5 quarters, approval in 50 of these. The other thing I would mention is when we, both Håkan and I, travel quite a lot in the US to firsthand hear the feedback from the surgeons and the nurses who have used the product. And there's a strong recognition of the benefits that the product brings, not only from the treating physicians, but also from procurement managers in terms of the health economic benefits to make sure that the patient doesn't have to stay too long in the hospitals with the use of CERAMENT G. There are also studies showing that the patients can earlier leave the hospitals and go back to home care or a normal life. Other big events related to CERAMENT G in the US is that we are working with FDA to further extend the label, to have a broader label. At the market approval, the product got authorization to be used when there is an existing bone infection. And we would like now to broaden that label to also include prophylaxis or prevention of infections. Just as you saw in the study from Manchester on the previous slide, we would like to use study data to also open this segment up in the US. If we go to the next slide, you will see how sales has developed. And this also shows you a bit more in number why we are so eager to continuously now explore the US market. This shows sales in Europe, which is red and orange, and the US, which is blue. This is in last 12 months, so 12 months data, but per quarter since early 2016. So I think one topic here to really point out, if you look at Europe, red and orange, you see that the sales has been quite suppressed during COVID, but it's trickling back, it's coming back, and there's a enormous backload of surgeries to take place over the next coming years. Patients that couldn't get their treatment during the pandemic, but are now standing in line to get their orthopedic surgery. Sales is now taking off again. You can also see in Europe the proportions between the antibiotic-eluting product, which is the red, and the base product, the orange. It's a factor of 1 to 7. In the US, up until October last year, we only had the base product, and you can see it has developed very well. And in the last 2 quarters, you see the contrasting blue color, which is the CERAMENT G sales that is just in its infancy, but it's taking off very strongly. A question I get many times is the proportion in the US going to be the same, 1 to 7? Well, I wouldn't dare to speculate in that, but what we see now is a very strong momentum, of course, in CERAMENT G. And if you look to the very right of the slide, you can see also how every quarter has had a stronger and bigger incremental sales growth versus previous quarter in the LTM. So if you go to the next slide, please. So this is my wrap-up slide, just to summarize a little bit what I've mentioned today. And also to point out, why do I think BONESUPPORT is a very exciting company? Why are we right now in its most exciting phase ever? So CERAMENT G has just launched in the US. We're in the middle of the launch execution, and this is a launch that will go on for about 2 to 3 years. It's a product that the FDA has labeled as a breakthrough device, so it has even an extra reimbursement above ordinary reimbursement that otherwise is used for these kind of procedures. And it's the only product available in the US authorized by the FDA for a market opportunity worth close to $800 million. Since 2018, which is when we changed our commercial model in the US, we have built up, I would say, a very strong commercial infrastructure with more than 375 salespeople that are paid on commission. So they're independent, they belong to independent distributors, and they cover the entire of US, all indications, all hospitals. So we have a feet on the street now that we built up over many years to really deliver the message of CERAMENT G, which is a breakthrough innovation, of course, on the US market. And by Q3 of this year, we will submit the label extension. Then FDA has around 90 days to assess this before giving us notice if we can have the label further extended. We're also working on several clinical studies. I've shown one study today from Manchester with very convincing results. We're also in anticipation next year of a big study called Solario to investigate if local antibiotics in bone repair products like CERAMENT could even shorter the course of systemic antibiotic that is needed. Systemic antibiotic is today the biggest causing factor for multi-resistant bacteria. And with this study, I think if it comes out positively, we will be able to see that CERAMENT even has a very strong role in the fight against multi-resistant bacteria, which otherwise is threatening to become the next big pandemic. So currently, very strong momentum in the business, also continued development of clinical studies to open up new market segment. And with this, we feel very confident to give guidance to the market that our top line will grow with 40% for the next 3 years. Now, being also a bit humble, if we have in the last quarter grown with 80%, maybe 40% seems modest. But please remember, to grow 40% year-over-year for 3 years almost means to triple sales in 3 years. And with this, we feel very confident. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. And over to you, Eric, to see what questions you have piled up.
Thank you very much, Emil. And thank you also for a good overview of BONESUPPORT. And I do have some questions. And I think most of the focus now is on how the US launch is going. And from the looks of it, it has gone very well based on the sales reported for the past few quarters. But for us, that we don't have the access to look under the hood of those sales. So I think it would be interesting if you could talk a bit about how the sales are sort of split out. Are there a few, say, champions that's using a lot of it, or a few specific hospitals that are using this a lot now? Or do you see it being fairly broad in a lot of hospitals and sort of clinicians trying it out more than for as few super users?
Yeah, sure. So we have a sales strategy that even if we built a very strong commercial organization in the US, we recognize that we are quite small in our share of voice compared to the big orthopedic companies. But I do believe that we have a clearly superior technology. So what we do is, when we start such a launch, we go to the opinion leaders, we go to the university hospitals, we go to those doctors that have a big track record of treating bone infections. And as I mainly said, it's mainly relates to trauma cases, so road accidents or traffic accidents, and infected diabetic ulcers, which are very difficult to treat. So only in the US, there's every year close to 200,000 amputations. And there is no other product approved for local bone repair with antibiotics. So also when we come to regional hospitals, they ask us, how does Dr. So-and-so or how does Professor So-and-so view this opportunity? So we have to go to the big hospitals first. And to answer your question then, right now, we see a couple of prestigious hospitals such as Johns Hopkins or the Cleveland Clinics or the Cedars-Sinai, where there are a few orthopedic surgeons that have started to use the product, and their impressions have been positive to the extent that we have more pilot use than we originally anticipated. The next step is to use those surgeons, professors, and orthopedic foot surgeons to also travel and share with their colleagues the experiences they had, bring x-rays and show that indeed the bone is remodeling and they can eradicate the infection. So the work now is basically to go from the very tip of the pyramid of the specialist users and over time go more broader.
How long would you say it usually takes for, say, the non-specialists, if you can call them that, to start using a new product like this? Do they need to see evidence of the product working for a certain period of time before they adopt it?
So usually, I'll see if I understood the question right. Usually when we meet a new surgeon, it can take anywhere from 1 month before they start using the product, or up to 6 months before they start using it. They start using it after they have reviewed the clinical studies that we provide them with, but also what is available on several platforms in the public domain. They want to see, because this is a class 3 device, it has the highest possible regulatory framework. So the doctor want to see that it has been tested on similar patients that they have, that it has come through the scrutiny of the FDA, both in terms of safety, security, and efficacy, and then they start using it and build their own experience. Right now, we haven't visited many of the regional hospitals. We have focused on the university hospitals to get reference points that we then can use later on.
Okay. And as you mentioned, you're soon due to send in the application to FDA for the label extension. I mean, could you perhaps talk about the process of extending that into trauma, and maybe focus on the complexity and likelihood of success of getting that extension?
Yes, of course. Let me start by the approval we have received a year ago that gave us the ability to launch. Here we submitted data for about 430 patients, and in total 17,000 data points. So it looks at anything from tissue tolerance to biocompatibility to distribution volumes to renal clearance, anything that has to do with how this product is metabolized and remodeled into bone. The chemistry engineering behind our product is very, very sophisticated. And if you add antibiotics, then of course you have a very complicated and complex product. So there's a lot of data that has to be submitted. But at the same time, you saw the study I showed from Manchester on 81 patients. This is a pretty large study. And this group of scientists have been meticulous in following patients also with X-ray, to follow them for 4.5 years, which is a very long period, and see that the results are really sustainable. So I think we have really good data. Then you never really know with FDA where are they going to set the bar, how strict are they going to be on the data, and what additions do they need. Last time we submitted, well, we had to go back one round and add more data, something that we hope we can avoid this time. And if everything works, well, then it means that we could have a final decision from FDA in the very, very early days of next year, 2024.
Yeah, because they allowed you to go the 510K pathway instead of the Nova extension, so you do get the short review time. But would you say, in general, that sort of implies some sort of change in the likelihood of approval? Does that mean that FDA has some sort of positive sort of outlook on it?
Yeah, it's difficult to make that conclusion, though, Eric. I would hope so, but I don't know exactly what to conclude about it. The 510K is a less documentation heavy process versus de novo. So you're absolutely correct there. CERAMENT G, also for trauma, has been designated to the category breakthrough device. So when we submit, it will have top priority from the FDA, because they've seen what significant results it can accomplish. So they will dedicate resources to make sure that they can review the data on time. I don't know if it's going to be easier, but in theory, the 510K is going to be slightly faster. It's going to be 90 days instead of 120 days. But those of you that track the record of FDA also know that most of the times on the de novo, they are seriously delayed due to the backlog of submission that they received during COVID. And those of you remembering last year, we waited almost 3 months extra before we finally got the marketing authorization. And during that period, we didn't submit any more data. We were just waiting. So it was quite a painful waiting. Let's hope it's not like that this time. But with FDA, we just have to wait and see.
Yeah, you're right. But does that also imply that all potential further extensions could be done through the 510K as well, or would they potentially go through de novo?
I think it depends very much what we're talking about. If we speak about similar work mechanism, we say CERAMENT G opening up adjacent indications, it's a high likelihood that it will be a 510K. If we would bring CERAMENT with maybe another antibiotic, well, then it's more likely it's going to be another de novo, because it will be a slightly different work mechanism and distribution volume and such. This is still also very, very new to FDA. When CERAMENT G got approved last year, it was the first product ever being a combination drug device that FDA had approved on this pathway. So it is a bit of learning for them as well. So right now, I think we can only guess exactly which path it will be, and that is rather determined when we discuss it with FDA.
Okay, perfect. Then the last question time allows for. I mean, you reached profitability for the first time here in Q1, which is a pretty big thing. But is it fair to assume that you can continue to post black numbers, or do you have any investments in sites that would sort of pull you back towards non-profitability again?
You want to answer that, Håkan?
Sure. And I think that how to see it is that some of the first quarter primarily is a good confirmation on the scalability in our business model. Somehow, and it's all driven by the sales growth, and we will continue to focus on sales and sales growth. And if there are initiatives we can do to further accelerate sales growth, we will take those chances, even though that means that it may impact somehow the profitability short term. Longer term, sure, somehow the trajectory remains and the confirmation remains from the first quarter, but a certain volatility over the next few quarters, it can be assumed.
Okay, perfectly understandable.
We're prioritizing market shares right now and helping patients back to a better life. And even if there would be there's a reduced profit one or the other quarter, I think the trend is very clear.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Emil and Håkan. We'll now take a very short pause and return with Bavarian Nordic in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming back here today for this presentation with one of the Danish biotech stars, or maybe emerging pharmaceuticals, Bavarian Nordic, been around for a long time, but is onto something interesting. With us today, we have CFO Henrik Juhl. And Henrik, why don't you just take it away and convince us, make us believers?
Yes, thank you very much, Morten, for giving me the opportunity here. As Morten said, I'm the CFO for Bavarian Nordic. So let's jump into it. Please turn to the next slide. Just our usual forward-looking statements here. So we can move to the next. Thank you. So who are Bavarian Nordic? We are today a company on an exciting journey to become one of the largest pure-play vaccine companies. This is a vision that we established back in 2019, and we've already come a long way, which I hope you can see from this slide here. We are already today a fully integrated vaccine company, spanning across the entire value chain, research, development, manufacturing, and even commercialization in key markets. We're listed on the Nasdaq in Copenhagen. We are part of the C25 index today. And we have today 7 commercial products that we own totally. It's within rabies, it's within tick-borne encephalitis. These 2 products we acquired from GSK back in 2019. Then we have developed an Ebola vaccine, smallpox, monkeypox vaccine, and then recently acquired a cholera and typhoid vaccine from Emergent Biosolutions. On top of these 7 commercial stage products, we will have 3 in-licensed products from our partners. We have a hepatitis B vaccine, we have another cholera vaccine, and finally a Japanese encephalitis vaccine. So definitely a good basis for running a commercial organization today. And in terms of our pipeline, we have a very exciting pipeline at the moment, as we have 3 late-stage assets running in phase 3 and reading out all of them this year. I'll come back to that in a little more detail. So if we could turn to the next slide, please. Quick overview of the product portfolio and our pipeline. After the acquisition that we recently did from Emergent Biosolutions, we can today claim that we are the largest travel vaccines company in the world. To the left, you'll see our product portfolio. We have our mpox and smallpox vaccine. It's the same vaccine that can be used against both disease areas. Then we have a rabies vaccine and a tick-borne encephalitis vaccine. As I mentioned on the previous slide, these we acquired from GSK back in 2019. And then we have recently added a cholera vaccine and a typhoid vaccine from the acquisition we did from Emergent Biosolutions. And then finally, we have developed an Ebola vaccine, which we have licensed to Janssen Pharmaceuticals. And to the right, you see our pipeline. It's very heavily skewed towards late stage, as we have 3 assets reading out from phase 3 already this year. First of all, we have our RSV asset. RSV is respiratory syncytial virus. And we have an asset where we have completed enrollment of more than 20,000 subjects. And we are expecting readout from that phase 3 trial mid this year, so relatively soon. Then we have, as part of the acquisition from Emergent Biosolutions, we also acquired a phase 3 asset in chikungunya. Chikungunya fever is a fever that is spreading in outbreaks, typically in the southern hemisphere of the world, and there is no vaccine available in the market today. So here we also now have an asset with a phase 3 readout in the second half of 23. Finally, on the late stage asset side, we also have our COVID-19 asset, which have completed enrollment into phase 3 and where we are also anticipating data readout relatively soon. A little more early stage, we have an equine encephalitis vaccine in development. It's running in phase 2 at the moment, and it's fully sponsored by the US Department of Defense. And then finally, we have an immuno-oncology asset, TechVac, running in earlier stages where we are testing this quite advanced drug in different cancer areas. So quite a rich product portfolio and pipeline for the time being. Next slide, please. Just want to expand a little on the acquisition we announced recently. In May, we closed the transaction with Emergent Biosolution, where we basically acquired their entire travel health business, which means that we today can claim to be the largest travel vaccine company in the world. With the acquisition, we got two commercial stage assets, Vivotif, which is against typhoid. It's approved in more than 25 countries already. We also got Vaxchora, which is approved as a vaccine against cholera, and it's also approved in more than 25 countries already, and it's the only approved cholera vaccine in the United States. In terms of the pipeline, we got the chikungunya assets. As I said, there is no vaccine available to prevent you from chikungunya fever today, and the market is estimated to be worth approximately $500 million annually. Besides the pipeline and the commercial stage assets, we also got some very tangible assets with the acquisition. First of all, we got an R&D site in San Diego, 2 laboratories, 6,000 square meters in total, fully equipped with the equipment necessary, but also the people on board. We also got an end-to-end manufacturing site in Bern, Switzerland, which is today manufacturing Vivotif and Vaxchora, and which eventually also could be manufacturing the chikungunya vaccine that we have in development. We also got a relatively small sales organization with the acquisition, an organization that is very complementary to what we already have in place in selected markets. Across these various functions, we got nearly 300 people joining Bavarian Nordic from Emergent Biosolution. So quite an exciting and important acquisition for Bavarian Nordic in our pursuit to become one of the largest pure-play vaccine companies. Next slide, please. Just a few more words on the two commercial stage assets. First of all, we acquired the Vivotif vaccine against typhoid. Here, the market is estimated to be worth approximately $250 million by 28. And then to the right, we have Vaxchora against cholera. Somewhat smaller market, but still interesting. It estimated to be worth approximately $75 million in 28 as well. So next slide, please. So with these two commercial stage assets and the phase 3 assets, we will be able to address a market opportunity of more than $800 million. Obviously, we're not alone out there. There is competition to the two commercial stage assets, and there is one asset that's probably a year or year and a half ahead of us in terms of developing a chikungunya vaccine. But nevertheless, we do believe that the two commercial stage assets, they can bring in peak sales of $100 million plus when we have really got our hands around these and relaunch them in certain markets. And then, of course, there's a significant opportunity with the chikungunya market, where we know we will not be number one to the market, but we do believe we have a very competitive profile of the vaccine that we will bring to the market. Next slide, please. I can't stand here today and not talk about mpox or monkeypox, as it was called in the past. More or less exactly a year earlier than today, we saw this unprecedented mpox outbreak. Historically, there has been a few cases of mpox or monkeypox detected in European countries, typically when people have been traveling back from the endemic countries in Africa. But last year, it was a totally different situation. We saw mpox spreading across multiple countries and at high scale, basically. We were the only company at that time, and we still are, that have a vaccine approved against mpox. And we acted quickly and are very proud that we managed to deliver more than 4 million doses last year, securing more than 70% countries access to our vaccine. So we acted extremely fast. We managed to secure a very significant order book, and alone these orders for this year constitutes approximately 4.4 billion Danish kroner, which form part of our 6 billion Danish kroner revenue guidance for 23. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. So what's going on today with regards to mpox or monkeypox? We definitely saw that the number of cases, they have come down quite significantly due to the vaccination programs that many countries were running, but also due to a lot of awareness campaigns and change in habits, etc. But it's still out there. There are still ongoing cases of mpox in more or less all regions of the world. And we are seeing pockets of areas where it's flaring up again. We have lately seen it in France. We've seen it in London, Chicago, now also New York, where we are seeing the daily number of cases to be on the rise again, unfortunately. So while the WHO, they have sort of called off the international emergency situation, there's still a lot of good reasons to be alert here. And the governments they are monitoring this very carefully to see whether it's going to really pick up again. But with this, I think we are ready this time to supply vaccines. As I said, we are still executing on some of the orders we got last year, and will deliver at least 4.4 billion in revenue on smallpox, monkeypox, mpox vaccines this year. Next slide. In terms of our discussions with governments within this area here, then before the mpox outbreak, we had a few customers. We had the US government for many years, the Canadian government as well, and a few European governments. But the mpox outbreak helped increase the awareness of being prepared for these kind of situations. And it has opened so many more doors for Bavarian Nordic. We have entered into agreements with governments where we had no agreements in the past, and it's so much easier to discuss new potential opportunities with these governments right now. So we are expecting more to come, both in terms of being prepared for mpox outbreaks, but also thinking more long-term in terms of a national stockpiling for potential smallpox outbreaks. Just a few specifics I'll mention here. With regards to our cooperation with the US government, then we are working on developing a freeze-dried version of our smallpox, mpox vaccine, which is much more suitable for stockpiling due to a much longer shelf life. We have also seen in the US that they have an approved budget request to basically start restoring their smallpox vaccine stockpile after they have used some of it during the mpox outbreak. With Canada, we last year signed a 10-year contract that expires in 2031. We have a couple of months back, we saw France coming out with recommendations to start replenishing their stockpile of older generation smallpox vaccines, but also to start offering routine vaccinations to healthcare professionals and first-line responders. And then with the newly established HERA body under the EU, we also signed last year a framework contract covering both this and next year. So I'm pretty sure that there will be more and that there is a continuous business opportunity for Bavarian Nordic in this area as well. Next slide, please. A few words on RSV. RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, it's a flu-like virus where today, well, I can't say that any longer. I think actually the GSK just had a vaccine, the first vaccine approved against RSV very recently. Pfizer is on the way and will have most likely a vaccine approved very soon. But this is a market with a significant unmet medical need. It hospitalizes just as many people as influenza does, and it kills, unfortunately, just as many people as influenza does. So there's a huge market opportunity, huge unmet need. We have finished our phase 3 recruitments. We have enrolled more than 20,000 subjects, and we are now waiting for the data readout, which we anticipate will happen the middle of this year. And we're often getting the question whether there's room for us, given that we have two big companies just ahead of us. We do believe that this market is of a size where there can be at least 3 to 4 players in the market. We see that in the flu market as well. And we are, of course, also hoping that we will come out with a product that is differentiated from competition. First of all, we have to demonstrate a high level of efficacy, but then we're also hoping that our vaccine can demonstrate strong safety profile, which the platform is known for, but also a long durability of protection as well. So quite an exciting data readout ahead of us. Next slide, please. Chikungunya, I mentioned that already. That was part of the acquisition from Emergent Biosolutions. Again, here, there's no vaccine available. There's the market, is estimated to be worth approximately $500 million. There's one company, Valneva, approximately a year ahead of us, but we do believe that we will bring out a vaccine potentially with a better profile, so quite competitive in the market. And we are anticipating data readout from this phase 3 trial, second half of this year. Next slide, please. Finally, in terms of phase 3 trials, we also have our COVID-19 vaccine in development. This trial is sponsored to a large extent by the Danish government. And we have here as well finalized the recruitment of the phase 3 trial, and we are anticipating data readout in the middle of this year as well. I think first of all, our vaccine candidate here has in previous trial proven to be protective across all the variants of concern we saw. We have also demonstrated that there are signs that this vaccine could provide a longer durability of protection as well. So areas of differentiation against the existing approved vaccines. However, we are also seeing that the regulatory environment is becoming more and more challenging when it comes to COVID-19 vaccines. The best example of that is in the US market, where the regulators now only will allow bivalent vaccines for approval. Bivalent means that the vaccine is targeting 2 different circulating variants. The proof is in the pudding here. I think we need to get the data out so we can hopefully demonstrate that this vaccine provides a broad protection across the different variants of concern, but also provides a long-lasting protection. There is, in our mind, no doubt that the market needs better COVID-19 vaccines than the ones we have out there. Next slide, please. If we look into this year, what kind of news flow can we anticipate? First of all, on the mpox, smallpox side, we are now executing the significant order book we have. We are expecting revenue just for the orders that we closed last year, 4.4 billion Danish kroner. And we are anticipating to come out and announce more orders as they are being signed and agreed with governments. Then, of course, the news flow of this year will be very much impacted by the phase 3 trials that we are running. And in RSV, we are anticipating the readout mid this year. We are also expecting that our partner, RSV partner for China and selected Asian markets, will progress the development in that market into first phase 1 and then later into a phase 3 trial. And this will trigger milestones of 195 million Danish kroner to Bavarian Nordic. On the COVID side, we are in the middle of this year, we are anticipating 12 months durability data from our previous phase 2 trial. And then we are anticipating also the readout from the phase 3 trial mid this year. And finally, on the chikungunya vaccine that we acquired from Emergent, we are anticipating top-line results in the second half of 2023. To the right, you will see the guidance that we have provided to the market for this year. We are anticipating revenue of approximately 6 billion Danish kroner and EBITDA of approximately 2.2 billion Danish kroner positive. So quite significant numbers, obviously impacted by the nice order book we have on smallpox, monkeypox as well, but also fueled by the strong performance we saw in our other commercial assets last year and which we have seen continue into this year as well. The guided numbers do not include the impact from the acquisition from Emergent Biosolutions. We have previously provided some indicative numbers before we closed the transactions, but have promised the market that at the latest in connection with our Q2 reports, we will consolidate the new business into our guidance as well. Next slide, please. Yeah, that's just a list of references. We can skip that one. And then I think I will turn the word back to Morten for Q&As.
Thank you very much, Henrik. Quite a few questions, but a couple of big ones to begin with. And now I'm going to be a little bit nasty, Henrik, because I've been following you guys from the sideline for 20 years. And it has a history of taking in cash and failing in various things. But you tell a story that this time it's different. And you seem to be positioning this as a true blood vaccine company. Is this a different Bavarian Nordic that we have now versus what people may still believe it to be, i.e. the Bavarian of 5, 10, 15 years ago?
Absolutely, it's a very, very different company, and I think you saw it in the presentation here today. We are today a commercial stage company. We have a very broad vaccine portfolio. We are already the largest traveler vaccines company. We are profitable, delivering significantly higher revenue. The company that you know from the past was very much based on one product, one customer. It was our smallpox vaccine that we sold to the US government. So we are much more resilient to things that the world might bring us out there right now. And
If I take that a half a step further, I mean, you have a market cap of 15, 16 billion Danish. You have 3 billion cash in hand, but you have an EBITDA guidance of this year, 2.2 billion, obviously gonna change with Biomergent. But it sort of begs the question, what is the durability of this sales and earnings and supply? Because you seem very cheap. What is it we're missing here in the picture? Or is it the street that is not fully giving you credit for the durability of the Jynneos business?
Well, I think to be frank, I think this year is impacted by an outbreak we saw last year. Yeah. But that said, we do believe that there is a good durability in terms of the mpox, smallpox business. The awareness in the world with governments has increased to a level it has never been at before. So I'm pretty confident that we will come and we will close more orders in the years to come. We've already seen some countries going the way. We have long-term commitments from both the US government and from the Canadian government, even a 10-year contract with them. So the awareness is in a totally different place. But I do appreciate that the market would like us to confirm that by showing the orders and going beyond this year as well. And that's, of course, what we are working hard on.
One more, if I may, Henrik. You have a tremendous amount of phase 3s coming up here. You're a number and a value kind of guy. If I were to only look at one of these phase 3s, or maybe two, which ones, as a potential for future value, which ones would you really recommend me to be looking at?
I would definitely pick RSV. Even though there's competition there, there's just a huge potential market. We have previously estimated the total market to be worth around $4 to $5 billion on an annual basis. But I just saw Jefferies coming out with their report when anticipated total market will peak at more than $13 billion. So there's just a huge unmet need and a huge opportunity out there. When it comes to COVID, I think it is really a challenging market, both from a regulatory perspective. What will the authorities want? What kind of vaccines will they approve? What need is there going forward? There's also some uncertainties there. Chikungunya, very interesting, but the market opportunity is not at the level that RSV is at. So I would definitely pick RSV as the number one to follow.
That is a bit counter to what many might think of the market due to Pfizer and being ahead of your GSK as well. So, but very interesting. Henrik, thank you very much for joining us here. Any final words, or because otherwise I think we'll end it here.
No, I would just say thank you very much, Morten, for giving me the opportunity, and thanks for all you guys and ladies listening in here.
Thank you very much for joining us, Henrik.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye.
Tak, og velkommen her til en af dagens sidste præstationer, men med et ikke mindst meget spændende selskab, Gubra, en nylig IPO, blandt andet her fra ABG. Og det er min meget store glæde at kunne præsentere CEO Henrik Blou. Henrik, vil du ikke bare take it away? Og
tak skal du have,
fortælle lidt om, hvad vi har?
Det vil jeg meget gerne. Morten, foretrækker du det på dansk eller engelsk?
Oh, sorry. Let's do it in English.
Oh yeah, let's do it in English. Very good. That was what I was planning for at least. Very good. So thank you very much, and thank you very much to ABG for giving us this opportunity to present Gubra. It's the first time in this forum that we are presenting. So let's dive into it, please, on the next slide. Just the disclaimer. And now we are a listed company. We became listed on Copenhagen Nasdaq on March 30th. So a lot has happened for Gubra this year. It's a lot of winds are blowing our way, and we got a lot of high quality investors on board in this IPO. And so far, we've been able to present some strong numbers this year in the CRO business. When looking at Q1, we saw a revenue growth of 19% compared to Q1 last year, and maintaining solid earnings of 29% EBIT margin. So that's for the CRO part of the business. And in the discovery and partnership part of the business, we've been able to make some nice advances. So we've now the streamlined platform, our drug discovery platform. We can handle more complex peptides, cyclic peptides, and also our amylin asset, which is expected to go into phase 1 later this year. That has been progressed according to plan. So in both arms of the business, we've seen some strong results this year. But for the new folks on this call, I'd like to start out a little early on and explain a little more about, at a higher level, what is Gubra. So please turn to the next slide. Here we explain our hybrid business model. So Gubra is a CRO, a contract research organization. So we are a specialty CRO, meaning we are very specialized within a niche of science. And in this niche, we provide research services on a contract to customers such as big pharma companies and biotech companies. In the other arm of the business, the discovery and partnerships, that's where we have our own internal programs. We come up with these ideas ourselves, and we develop them to the right level of maturity, and then we enter partnerships. So two quite different business models working under one roof and giving us this hybrid business model that really is the key strength of Gubra. And there's a range of operational synergies between these two arms, and I'll dive a little further into that today. So please jump to the next slide here, explaining a little more what we actually do, because it takes a long time to develop a new drug, depicted by all the arrows up here. And to get it to the market, it takes several years. And really our stronghold in Gubra, it's in the earlier phases in discovery and preclinical development. So in this kind of research, we are known as a contract research organization, really providing high quality services to the market. And that's also these phases where we are active in our discovery and partnership segment. So really here we're getting the ideas for novel drugs. We mature them through the discovery and preclinical development, and then we enter partnerships. And for some selected targets, we take them a little further into phase 1 or early phase 2, and before we partner them. And that's why we've put in this arrow called latest partnering point. But that's really the business model that we have, the steady income from the CRO business, where we can earn a margin on the studies we do for customers on an everyday basis. And then the discovery and partnerships, where the income is of a more lumpy nature whenever we receive milestones and upfront payments we receive the revenue in larger chunks. Let's jump to the next slide, where we have described how to use the proceeds from the IPO. We raised approximately 500 million DKK on March 30, and the strategy is to deploy approximately 30% of these to the continued development of our existing pipeline, including this amylin asset, which we are taking in the clinic later this year. Roughly 10% to the continued development of our tech platforms, such as the Streamline peptide discovery platform that I mentioned initially. Another approximately 10% allocated to geographic expansion. First step is we're looking into a small sales office in the US on the East Coast. And last but not least, we've allocated approximately 50% to M&A activities, where we're looking for assets that has a strategic fit with the CRO part of the business, and potentially also the DNP segment of the business. So if we jump to the next slide, we describe here what is actually our specialty niche as a company. So we are really strong in metabolic and fibrotic diseases. And it started out with a lot of focus on diabetes and obesity. And later on, NASH, this fatty liver disease, was added to the palette of offerings. And we've been working extensively with the NASH models, preclinical models. And in this work, we learned a lot about fibrosis, and that has opened the door into IPF. So that's fibrosis of the lungs, also diseases in the kidney and in the heart, and intestine and brain. Slightly different angle into that, because the gut-brain axis, there's a lot of appetite control and other mechanisms related to obesity that's involving the brain, and hence we've also been working with the brain for many years, and we have some quite sophisticated technologies in that space. So we are typically, our offerings, they have an origin in animal models, laboratory animal models. We work with rodents, mice, and rats, and we provide all the other aspects needed to analyze the tissues and provide a full data package to our customers. So we are this end-to-end organization, end-to-end preclinical packages that we deliver in a highly digitized manner. As a customer, you can just log into the systems and see your data being generated almost real time. A lot of customers has bought into this model. We have 15 out of top 20 pharma companies among our clients, and on top of that, a whole range of biotechs and other pharma companies of various sizes. So we call ourselves more than a CRO, because we are not just providing the services that the customers are asking for, but also deep scientific advice. Whenever they come to us, there's a lot of scientific counseling involved in order to ensure that the customer gets answers to the key research questions. And if we jump to the next slide, we describe here what we did see in Q1. So revenue was up 19% compared to last year. And especially in NASH, we saw a strong growth based on some difficulties last year. There was a bit of a wait and see attitude in the NASH space, but we did see some very convincing clinical data coming out late last year, and that really has spurred a renewed interest in the NASH field, and we see a lot of NASH customers placing studies with us now. And as you can see, the adjusted EBIT margin is still at this 29% level, which is relatively high, and that's possible because we are a specialty CRO, and it really is a competition on quality rather on price in this segment. So if we jump to the next slide, we describe our DNP, discovery and partnership business. And the key engine in that arm of the business, that's the streamline engine. So our internal programs, they are based on the types of molecules called peptides. And we have this platform that enables a rapid development of clinical candidates from hit molecules. And by using Streamline, where we analyze thousands of variants in parallel tracks compared to the historical way of working with peptides, where you have 10 or perhaps a small number of hundreds variants, we can get to the end result a lot faster, and that's what this Streamline platform can do. And now we have sophisticated this even more. We're able to work with other types of peptides, not just the linear ones, but also the cyclic ones, and thereby we're opening up a lot of new biology that we can address using these peptides. So we see a good potential for new partnerships using this Streamline platform going forward. Let's jump to the next slide, where we have our pipeline. So the top 5 programs here are partnered, 3 with Boehringer Ingelheim, 1 with Bayer, 1 with Silence Therapeutics, and then we have all the green ones, which are the ones that are still unpartnered. And we are constantly in dialogue with several companies for new partnerships, and we guide on 1 to 2 new partnerships per year in the short term and also in the midterm. If we go to the next slide, we're diving a little more into the amylin program. So that's the most advanced of our still unpartnered programs. And we're planning to submit a CTA in Q3 this year and initiate the phase 1 study in Q4. And so far, this amylin program has been progressed according to plans, and we're still expecting these timelines to come through. And if we look on the overall level of expenses used in the DNP segment, as can be seen on the figures here, we are also completely in line with expectations and according to the guidance we've given, so no changes there. Let's jump to the next slide. That's the third segment, and it's only one slide I have here. It's Gubra Green, and it's just to emphasize that we are dedicated to running a fully green operation, where we have we allocate 10% of our profits to green investments to ensure that we are carbon negative and nature positive. We have a fully owned subsidiary, Gubra Green, that takes care of these investments, and there's a pool in this of funds in this investment vehicle, and we are looking into doing some more investments this year to ensure that Gubra is a sustainable company where we have no CO2 emissions on the overall. Next slide, please. And this is the financial outlook and guidance. So we are guiding with 10% organic revenue growth in the CRO segment this year and also in the midterm. If we look towards the margins, we are guiding with approximately 25% this year. And midterm, we expect this to increase. We have in previous years been able to achieve these levels of 35 to 40%, and we expect to go back to these levels after investing in this year and also in last year in broadening out our services and getting our customer base enlarged by having more services on the shelves. In the discovery and partnership segment, we guide with 1 to 2 new partnerships this year. The same in the midterm, 1 to 2 new partnerships annually. And also we have some guidance for the total cost of the GMP segment. And the revenue as such for the GMP segment, we have no guidance for, because as mentioned initially, it's more lumpy in nature. And whenever we receive upfronts and milestones, they can have significant magnitudes. So if we go to the next slide, concluding remarks here, what is our strategic priorities at this point in time? So it really is about developing Gubra with this hybrid business model in mind. So a balance between the CRO and the discovery and partnerships. So we will continue to expand the catalog for specialty and very translatable animal models. We will continue to automate and digitize our operations and the offerings we have to the customers. We are establishing a US presence. US is a very important market for us already, more than half our revenue, and we still see some potential in the US market, which we haven't captured yet, and we expect to be able to do so by getting some feet on the ground over there. And of course, we're also working on identifying acquisition opportunities, and we have had quite a bit of work going into analyzing various segments of the area, and we have identified some where we see special synergies with the activities that we have today. And also there, we within these segments, we see some interesting acquisition targets, and we are gradually pursuing these discussions as we go along. For the discovery and partnership, it's about really continue to broaden out the streamlined platform to handle even more complex peptides. It's about continuing our early partnering approach. This approach has given us 5 very nice partnerships so far, and we see that after handing over the programs to the partners, they continue to push them into the phase, and we can focus on doing new partnerships. It's also about increasing value of the amylin candidate. We will push that into clinical trial, phase 1, late this year. And still in the early clinics, we will partner that asset after having captured the value increase by initiating the clinical trials. And also for the GMP, there will be some aspects of M&A that can strengthen that part of the business. So really, that's what we are focusing on right now. That's the strategic priorities, and so we have a lot to do still on the table. So this was it for the presentation, and I'm very happy to take any questions that may sit around.
Thank you very much for a thorough presentation. I hope I may step back just a little bit and take a bigger picture view, just for those amongst our listeners who don't know the CRO space very well. Could you sort of, in very basic terms, describe why do a big partner choose a CRO instead of doing it in-house? What is it that at the very core that makes them choose a CRO and then choose you?
Yeah, thank you, and sorry for perhaps jumping a little too fast over that aspect. So really, the customers of Gubra, let's say it's a pharma company developing a new drug, a new therapy against obesity, and they have a version A and a version B of that drug, and they'd like to find out which version is the best one. Also, they'd like to find out how often do you need to take this drug, and what dosage levels do you need to take. And all these aspects, our laboratory models can help answer. And even for the largest companies, the more advanced models, the models that is our specialty, they do not run them many times per year. So as a specialty CRO, we run these quite sophisticated models over and over again, perhaps several times every month. So we build up a level of expertise, which is very difficult to build up within your own R&D organization. So that is one aspect, very deep scientific insight. It can also be because you have bottlenecks in your own R&D facilities. And then a third point is that a lot of biotech companies, they are virtual or semi-virtual in this setup. So they have no labs, they have no animal facilities. And all these aspects makes them dependent on outsourcing to CROs. So we see all these both small types of customers and larger types of customers, and we are very used to working with various types of customers, and they gain value from working with us.
So smarter, faster, cheaper, better kind of thing?
Exactly. That's another aspect. We can deliver these data very rapidly because we do have the models up and running already. We have all the technologies needed to support these models and to analyze the tissue and the data coming out of it. So you get a full data package at speed and at high quality, and that is worth a lot if you're developing a new drug. Gaining half a year in the other, that's an extra half a year on the market. That's worth a lot for novel drugs.
Oh yeah, I actually want to jump to a little bit. You also touched upon when you talked about sort of the smaller biotechs being a bit more virtual. There are some discussions in the market around the viability and what kind of financial state the smaller biotech customers are in, given that the IPO window has been, well, you broke it, but there are some funding issues and worries around. Could you talk about this? We didn't really see it in your Q1, sort of you grew 19% in the CRO business. How would you word this worry that's out there in the market?
So sometimes I'm asked this question, and we do not see it in our figures. And I think there's still are a lot of biotech companies out there with sufficient funding, with a need to push their programs forward, and we still see a nice flow of also smaller customers coming our way, also new ones that we haven't serviced before. So it's not something that we see at this point in time, I must say, fortunately. So there are many players out there, and really, if you want to mature your programs to enable yourself to raise new funding going forward, I think you have to continue to push your programs forward. So that's at least what we're seeing right now.
Loud and clear. One of the many things I like about your story is sort of the value that you're building in the future partnerships that you're taking in, where you're being paid to do research on it, and then you maintain some ownerships rights over time that can potentially have a lot of value. The flip side to that is that you only have 5 of these programs running right now, meaning you can be very vulnerable to short-term deprioritization among some of your partners. And there are some worries about some of your, at least the first one with Boehringer Ingelheim, maybe a little not showing much progress, or at least wasn't showing much progress. Can you add a little wording on this?
Yeah, fortunately, we were able to communicate a few weeks back that Boehringer Ingelheim was presenting data from the phase 1 clinical trial, very encouraging data, and also you can see if you take that the name of the molecule from that presentation and look into clinicaltrials.gov, that they are starting up other clinical programs with that entity. So I think we just have a partner which are very thorough, which are very focused on gaining their share of the obesity market and driving this asset forward with in a very thorough manner, and having positive data and a positive attitude towards taking this further. So super positive announcement that we got from them there.
That's good to hear. I want to end up with sort of one bigger picture question, and there's a lot of talk in the stock market about artificial intelligence. And looking at your story, you appears to be sort of at the forefront of innovation around computerization. Can you tell us a little bit about your AI drive and how that impacts your story for the next many years?
Yeah, so we use it in several of our platforms, in Streamline, for example, because if you push forward these thousands of variants at the same time, and you test them for various important drug properties, each of them, you get a very large amount of data. And in order to derive information from these data, you need some good algorithms, and that's where AI is coming into the picture. And that has enabled us to really shorten down the time from having the peptide hit to the clinical candidate. Typically it takes 2.5 years using it, but now we can do it in something like 1 year. So it's super powerful, and it's something we're using in various platforms. For this one, also for 2D image analysis, where we're looking at histological slides. So that is about how is the disease progression within a given tissue. Also there we're using it, and we have been able to process a much higher number of slides than previously, where we had 8 people manually scoring these. Now we're using AI, and it goes a lot faster. So it's a very powerful tool. We've been using it for several years, and we continue to push it into our platforms and technologies wherever we can.
That's a good answer. I do have one more, if I may, Henrik.
Of course.
To look at whether the story works for me as an analyst, I want to see growth in the CRO business and profitability. Check in Q1. I want to see you develop new projects for potential partnerships. That appears to be going well. And then I want to see you also deliver the partnerships, the 1 to 2 per year. We have not seen anything yet this year. And it takes 2 to tango, so to speak. You have an ambition for deliver 1 to 2, but it requires that someone wants to dance.
Yeah.
Why are you so optimistic that you can deliver this?
So at any time, or at all times, we have ongoing dialogues with a number of potential partners, and it takes a long time to mature these discussions into finalization. And we see very good interest in what we're doing. We see good interest in the specific assets that we have on the shelves, and we're confident with our guidance, 1 to 2 new partnerships this year, and also going forward, 1 to 2 new partnerships per year. So yes, we are still optimistic, and there's no changes to guidance there.
That's very good to hear. These partnerships generate lots of value in my model, so I hope to see them. Henrik,
it's an important part of our business, yes. So that's we continue to push forward.
Henrik, thank you very much for joining us here today. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much for having us. It's been a pleasure.
And have a great day.
You too. Thanks.
Thanks.